Alright guys, sorry for the delay. It's about 1:20 here in Singapore, GMT plus 8, and we are on to the FSL Thai qualifiers. Once again, I'm Hungry Cass. Alongside me is Spoot. We will be bringing you the matches for today, and remember that it is a two-parter. Today is day one.
Yep.
And by tomorrow, we'll be able to decide, or at least find out, who is going to be the representatives for the FSL Thailand qualifiers. For today, though, the first match will be sort of getting underway right now as we are approaching picks and bans. Winter on the blue side, close behind Esports on the red side. Some history on these teams. Close behind Esports, actually the first FSL winner, FSL League of Legends winner, Elite in February last year, if I remember correctly, or March. So now they're going to be returning to the tournament and hoping to make a run at the championship title once more. Meanwhile, on the blue side, Winter is actually a pretty relatively new team. Really haven't seen much of them this time. But as picks and bans are underway, we will see Aphelios actually being leaked through and picked up instantly on the blue side by Winter.
Yeah, we actually do see a lot of power picks leaking through the first part of this draft right now. I mean, Olaf and Irelia going to close behind. Also two very strong picks that, you know, they're going to leverage against Winter here.
The interesting thing is, even though there's a Braum as well as a possible Trundle on the blue side, a lot of tools to dive the backline. Aphelios is relatively mobile, so the danger is there if you are picking this up on the Winter side. I feel like at this point you kind of have to draft a bit more protection, so Jarvan is a good answer actually. You pop the Cataclysm, Olaf immediately can't run to the backline, Irelia is still sort of stifled in terms of mobility, so this is a stopgap measure that they have on the blue side.
Yeah, absolutely. Aphelios, Braum, obviously they're going to try to be a bit more careful at the bot side, but obviously now that we have the Leona locked in on the last round here, it's going to be a little more difficult for them to, you know, stave off these engages.
Interestingly, we do see that Mordekaiser is left available. One of the more oppressive champions in this current patch. Of course, this is 10.1, so there are still some options available that I think, you know, people have tend to catch onto in solo queue, but has been left very much open this game. Stuff like Diana as well in the mid lane is left open. They did not neglect, or rather they did neglect to ban that. So both teams here leaving a lot of power picks open. Maybe it's sort of like a trade back and forth. I was about to say Misfortune as well was left open. So it's what you can get now is pretty much the cream of the crop. Depends on what you want to trade across.
Yeah, Misfortune is something we were discussing earlier. Very strong in the current patch. Cassiopeia as well. And these two picks now being banned out leaves a lot more room for both these teams to, you know, tech and do what they want to do.
Last pick, or rather last ban here on the blue side for Winter is going to be that Kled. So we will see a Varus hover here on the close behind side. But I feel like we saw the Lucian being hovered as well. I think Lucian fits in pretty well. Overall though, the composition as it stands now is severely lacking on magic damage. I feel like you might want to save your last pick for a AP mid laner. Possibly Assassin. We do see the LeBlanc ban out. Akali is an option as well. Will be the Tristana Leona bot lane here.
Yep, Tristana Leona obviously a very strong bot lane. They're just going to keep diving you if you're not careful. And we do see a Mordekaiser hover right now, which is, you know, very strong like you said earlier. Could be a little oppressive into Irelia. It really depends on who gets the earlier advantage.
Yeah, I think the strength of the Mordekaiser as well. Now you can, you know, sort of flex it into multiple lanes, so you don't have to give anything away too early on. Rumble is another example of a flex pick that we saw being played a lot in the mid lane during the Casper Cup. So this lends into the overall strategy of this composition, because you have Jarvan now, which has a lot of area control. You power on top of that the Equalizer from Rumble. Your team fighting becomes that much stronger as well with Aphelios in your back pocket.
Yeah, right now we're going to see who they're going to go for in the top side, assuming Rumble goes into mid. And we do see, you know, a bit more of tanky top laner in the form of the Scion right now, just piling on the defensive abilities so that they can peel for their carries in the Aphelios.
In the idea, you know, we're talking about the composition synergies, it's to peel for Aphelios in the sense of like having the knockup available, but also the fact that you have area control. So both teams now sort of trading power picks back and forth. It's going to be the Mordekaiser here for close behind Esports, and rather oppressive pick if you've been playing solo queue, faced against the Mordekaiser, especially if you are a melee champion. My goodness, when you proc the passive, it's just free real estate. Like, you don't lose any trades off that.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the compositions coming in from close behind Esports as well, because if you look at all the champions they have across the board, they just want to dive you. I mean, Mordekaiser, Olaf, Irelia, not all of these champions have one way or another to get to your backline, and if you are Winter right now, you have to focus on, you know, piling on the defensive stats, like I said earlier.
The frustrating part is because you have all this peel on your side of Winter, and you're like, okay, we're prepared to keep Aphelios safe. Mordekaiser's goal right now is just to flash into the backline, pop out, and like, okay, let's go, 1v1, what do you got, man? And in that sense, it's up to the player, or the Aphelios player rather, to juggle the weapons properly, because depending on the setup you have, you might be able to deal with the Mordekaiser 1v1 in a duel, or you might just straight up die. Because if you have something like the sniper cannon with the flamethrower, there's no way you're gonna take 1v1, right? Versus the chakrams and scythes, more or less better suited for dueling. So once again, we have to keep our eye on top of what Aphelios is packing when it comes to these duels and team fights, and very dependent on how the player manages the ammo as well as the loadout.
Here's the other side of the coin, though. I mean, yeah, Aphelios' weapons, great and all,
Mm.
but the thing about Aphelios is if he dies, he won't be able to use them at all.
That's true.
So I want to focus on the rest of the team for like how they can
Right.
pile in front of him,
Okay.
just defend him, because let's be honest, if Olaf pops out and Jarvan does not have
Mhm.
Cataclysm, you're just screwed.
There's like very little you can do apart from calling your whole team and like, okay guys, we gotta focus the Olaf instantly and kill him or kill her, because if the Olaf manages to get to a point where you can dive the Aphelios, well, you know, you lose the fight off the bat, right? And this composition in itself is relatively low damage if you're looking at Winter's side. Rumble, sure, once you get to the point of the Haunting Guys, the Leandri's Torment, maybe you do a bit more damage, but it is significantly a 2-threat composition.
Yeah.
On the opposite side, there is a 4-threat composition coming in from close behind esports. Everyone is capable of taking these fights and, you know, outputting significant damage in team fights. You look at Olaf, classic, you know, you get ahead of the curve, dive the backline. Aurelia, even though there's been nerfs coming through, still very adept at diving the backline. Of course, we all see the Tristana resets that we know to come and love. I feel like when it comes to overall composition threats, close behind packs a lot more that you have to be careful of. All 3 lanes have the ability to take off.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the main thing that we have to take note of in this early game is who gets a hit.
Oh yeah.
Because if you're close behind esports right now, you get a hit, you have a lot more damage profile. You can, just jump in the backline like we were talking about earlier. But if you're Winter and you get a hit, you can just stack on those defense. You can get a lot more health and defensive stats, and makes it so much more difficult for close behind esports to jump in.
And once again, guys, to remind you, FSL itself is a female esports tournament. We have been running last year. I think we did 2 FSL Elite League of Legends events. So one was at the start, ostensibly spring, right?
Yeah.
And then one was in towards the later half, ostensibly summer.
Sure.
So we're doing the same thing this year, of course. We're adding in a lot of titles
Yep.
to both runs this time. I think gone up to 4 titles this time,
Yep.
and League of Legends has always been a mainstay of FSL, I think. And now coming in, this is our 3rd run of FSL. We're getting to the point where a lot of the teams are repeated competitors. Close behind, like we mentioned, this is not their first run. They've played 3. This is their 3rd FSL qualifier, right? So the teams themselves are starting to level up, and I think the stakes are starting to get higher as well, because being a previous winner in the first FSL Elite, there's a lot more on the line after losing the second one. It's like, your anime redemption arc, as it were, where you win the first, you lose the second, and now you go into hiding in the hyperbolic time chamber.
Okay.
You start to train and you come out, and hopefully you win again. We'll see if Close Behind can do that, though, because I have high hopes for this composition right now. I have high hopes for the team, as well as the other people that are competing. It's really elevated the level of competition in this tournament.
Yeah, well, we're on the topic of competition. On the other side of the bracket, we do have the second champion, Lannister.
Yes, Lannister.
Just waiting for them. So I would think that close behind esports and Lannisters are going to be
Oh yeah,
2 in
that's
the
like
finals.
a classic rivalry. And we saw that in I think FSL Vietnam qualifiers the week before. Consistently, I think it was Eva's Valkyrie and like the new box ladies. They had this rivalry as well, where it's pretty much the past 2 representatives, the champions, right, sort of facing off in the winner bracket, and one of them has to go, unfortunately, because it is a double elim format, right? Either you make it to the finals and you represent your region, or you just get knocked out, and commiserations for you. But that's how the game goes,
Yep.
So, like you mentioned, on the other side, Lannisters waiting for them. We have to see in this game 1 of today whether close behind esports can come out with guns blazing. The one impression that this team has left on me, at least, when I was watching, or at least casting them in FSL Elite last year, was their ability to adapt. This team is so quick at adapting to their opponents when it comes to a long-form tournament.
Okay.
So as the day goes on, today and tomorrow, I wonder if they will exhibit that same ability. And I was talking to Riku about this as well. She says when she watches Close Behind, they're such an enthralling team, so captivating, because you think they're always behind, and then they learn something new and they bring it out, and just like, wow, this blows my mind.
Yeah, the thing about double elimination is that if you get eliminated twice, if you lose twice, there's no more chance for you to adapt. So you have to adapt quickly, and I think the point you were bringing across close behind esports being quick to adapt,
Yeah.
that's gonna be obviously very good for them.
Yeah.
But obviously you still want to win the first few games.
And not to mention, this is a new patch, right?
Yeah.
Adaptation is super key when it comes to a new season. With literally, it's been like 1 week.
Yeah.
We've been on 10.1 for like a week, right? And things have changed. Things have changed a lot. You know, not just the power changes to champions, but also the state of the Rift in itself. Now we've had that point where elemental dragons are a big thing. Rift Herald, you know, respawns twice. You get Elder Dragon, you like win every team fight. This kind of things, right? Whether the players themselves have had the time to adjust as a team is gonna speak volumes to their success in this tournament.
Yeah, the factor of creativity, especially this early on in the season, is very important. Like, you think you have the meta all figured out by the first week, and then suddenly this random new champion jumps in, just completely wrecks your team.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It just super feels bad.
I
But
feel like you're talking about Aphelios at this point.
I maybe. I mean,
Right.
I still don't understand what he does.
We've seen all like the classic Reddit highlight clips like, oh, Aphelios pops out with the flamethrower and
Yep.
just like gets a free pentakill. Everyone's like, oh, balanced
Oh,
champion,
okay,
high
okay,
skill
let's-
ceiling.
woo.
Press R, you know, get kills. We'll have to see if this game it's evident the skill is there, that high skill ceiling.
Yeah, I mean, neither of the teams banned him, so
Hmm.
you would expect that they both know how to deal with the
Yeah,
champion.
I feel like if you leave it open, you either have a pick prepared or you have some sort of way to deal with it. And I feel like the answer was the Leona, right?
Yeah.
When they saw that, or rather on the red side, they left Aphelios open. It's like, okay, we're gonna bait them into insta-lock the
To bait it.
Aphelios. And then Jabeta, boom, insta-lock, Leona, Tristana, we're just gonna push you in 24/7. Don't know how that's gonna go, we'll have to see how this pans out once again, guys. First game of the day, FSL Thailand qualifiers, we are on the Rift.
Yeah, we are on the Rift indeed, and at the moment, you would expect that neither of these teams really want to do anything too spicy, you know, especially this early on.
My man, you say that, the pigs are coming down, the
Oh,
invasion. The early invades are coming through. I think spicy is the possible flavor of the day as we are seeing a more defensive spread, so
Mhm.
okay.
Right, well, both junglers are actually going to see each other, so they both should know where they want to start. Not much else going on the map, just a little bit of warding and skirmishes from the two supports. Wet noodle fight. Yeah, one ward gets put down, so that's vision advantage to Winter.
Interestingly enough, I'm not sure if you're super familiar with the jungle changes, but they've sort of equalized the EXP you get from camps, right? I've been playtesting it quite a little bit, what the most efficient clear is, and one thing I realized is if you clear the blue side of your jungle like completely, you get level 3 instantly, right?
Yeah.
It's actually much faster to clear that as opposed to the full crux clear on the red side.
Okay.
So I feel like most people now do start blue side to get that quick level 3 and then decide to make a play with the level 3, right? As opposed to doing half of your blue side and then going to the top side to get level 3 off the red buff. So we have to see if the teams do understand this like experience change coming through in 10.1.
Yeah, the experience changes. I used to play jungle a lot,
Right.
so this is pretty tilting for me. I do believe that, you know, the jungle spawn times have been changed as well, so you have to pay a lot more attention to where, you know, to where the camps are spawning, because
Right.
they spawn much quicker now, I believe. So that's something else you have to keep in mind. If you don't farm those camps, you're going to be a significant XP disadvantage.
Yeah, the idea of the camp spawning quicker, if you're like way too far behind, your opponent's just going to consistently invade you, right? And then it becomes a lot more difficult to control. And we see the memes about this, oh, you're falling behind in jungle EXP all the time even though you are even. You know, when it comes to levels, you might be level 4, your mid is like level 6.
Yeah. This bot lane looks like they're going to be pretty spicy. I
Yeah.
mean, they both are walking up pretty aggressively, and
No
I'm just
fear.
waiting for who gets level 2, because I think if Leona gets level 2 first, he's just gonna hit the trigger and go in.
Okay, both hitting level 2 at the same time. I feel like Leona here is looking for a bit more action. The bot lane is pushing in. Tristana, though, doesn't necessarily have the best level 2.
Yeah.
Whereas Aphelios, as a champion, though, levels don't matter. Remember that with the champion itself, when you level up, all you get are additional stats. You don't get skills, right? So your level 1, level 2 is pretty much the same.
Keep in mind that both junglers are actually on the same side of the map right now. Jarvan right now actually looking like he's gonna go for that, you know, full blue side clear like you were talking about. This top lane, I wouldn't recommend ganking it too much, because, you know, it's just two tanks just gonna go at it all game.
And looking at the keystones as well, one side for the Scion, it's going to be like Grasp of the Undying, right? So the idea is sustaining and trading, whereas the Mordekaiser is content trading if you want to. Oh, hold on here. Gang being set up. Olaf moving in. The axe landing though. Flag and drag out. Flash forward. The counter flash coming through. He has to get to the explosive cone though to get out of this fight. And yeah, that's going to be a safe escape coming in for the Jarvan, the 4th player. Thankfully managing to get to the blast cone in time.
Yeah, that's just a bit unfortunate for both junglers having to expend flashes this early on, but Olaf does gain himself a bit of advantage, chasing the Jarvan away from that scuttle, and should be securing it for himself right now, but, you know, Jarvan's just going to equalize that by going towards the bot side.
This is pretty much expected when junglers have to trade halves of the map because, well, you contest the top side, you give it away, now you have to immediately run to the bot half. The question is whether the Leona Tristana is going to respect this because you expect, oh, well, you lose the top side, Jarvan's coming in bot lane, and this is when they can start to force the gank. Remember that Graviton Cannon is up for the Ophelia, so there is that on-demand route if you can land the auto into the queue.
Yep, I don't believe Olaf actually got any other camps from that, just walking in, not even putting on a ward, so at the moment, not too much of a significant advantage going on to the side of the close behind jungler.
What this does though is buys a lot of space for the top side because you have the Rift Scuttle, you can see a river gank coming in if Jarvan decides to path up. So right now Comfy Roof can just get the full reset by pushing the wave in. Doesn't really have to respect the threat of the gank coming in, but oof, missing the cannon minion physically hurts. Ouch.
Right in the mid lane. I don't think there's too much action that should be expected from these two, especially this early on. I mean, they both have to hit their damage profile, damage breakpoints before they can actually look for any active traits.
The good thing though is that because it is a melee into melee matchup, we wouldn't see, wouldn't expect heavy minor. We won't expect traits as opposed to heavy all-ins.
At the moment, first dragon is spawned on the map, and one thing that you should have, you would have learned from you know this preseason change is that dragon's very impactful right now. I mean, I don't think the first two matter that much, but the faster you can get to the fifth, I believe, is that's the most important thing. So you want to get advantage down there.
The fourth gives you the soul, which is dependent on which dragon is usually pretty good, and the fifth is the elder, which is like the be all end all to team fighting because of the execution portion of that. Wave is frozen in the bot side. It's pretty decent positioning coming in for the Aphelios and Braum. Meanwhile, because they have the bot lane prio, this Ocean Dragon is going to be started up, but will be spotted. Not really spotted actually, because they are going to be cut off here. Great movement coming in from the bot lane of close behind to support the jungler and make sure that this Dragon take should be, for all intents and purposes, no problem. Meanwhile, top side fight coming, Flash coming out from Comfy Roof. Has to throw the Obliterate back across to trade the damage, but this should be the Ocean Dragon, and surprisingly, no contest coming through. Early Ocean Dragon in 6 minutes being picked up by Samlet Red.
Yeah, this is a sort of extended advantage from Olaf chasing the Jarvan away earlier on in the game, so that he had to rotate bot earlier. Now he has to go top side.
Yeah,
and it's very good for close behind right now. Comfy Roof absorbing the pressure, only having to expend one flash and not even backing right now. So looking pretty good in the early game right now for CBE.
And meanwhile, trades coming across onto the mid lane. There is no magic resistance to speak of yet on Salmon Pink. She has gone for the double long sword, so I'm expecting this to be a Tiamat build. Unless for some weird reason she goes for the Lethality. Meanwhile, bot lane fight coming through. A lot of damage onto the Aphelios. Flashing forward, auto attack. The Ignite is taking down. One more will do it in the first blood. Going the way of the Leona now. They're looking for the second one, but the minions are actually doing a significant amount of damage on the Tristana, so they will have to back off. But the all-in right now going in the favor of the Tristana Leona with the bombs coming through, as well as the chain CC.
Yeah, not gonna lie, this entire lane is going in favor of, Leona Tristana. I mean, look at that CS differential, even it's 20 CS at 7 minutes in the game. Keep in mind, this Aphelios is your main carry, and he's falling so far behind in the early game. It cannot be a good feeling for Winter.
And this goes back to our idea of, well, we're gonna leave the Aphelios open and see if our counter pick pans out. And right then, the Leona Tristana lane knows what they planned and how they're executing it works right now. You mentioned the CS differential as well. It's a good sign for close by in the bot lane.
Yep, and now at this point, you just have to keep, ask yourself, what can you really do to stop this? I mean, the bot lane is already going up towards top side for a
I love this.
Super early, lane swap. Haven't seen this in a while, but I mean, you do what you want, I guess.
Bear in mind that the Rift Herald is coming up soon, so by having the strength to control the top wave, having the priority on the lane, it will guarantee that Olaf will be able to base here, walk over and take the Rift Herald with the control of the Leona and Tristana.
Yeah, take a look. You can tell that they have practiced this a lot. I mean, it was such a quick maneuver that I don't think Winter expected this at all.
Right.
And right now, this Scion is just left to have to deal with this, and it's just not going to work out.
The question is whether Comfy Roof can hold the 2v1, because for all the flag that Mordekaiser gets as a champion that's overtuned, you still have some difficulty clearing the wave against the pressure coming in. Oh, hold on, a lot of damage having to pop the Death Realm already. Velasquez on using the scythe though to do the damage across. Might be able to take this fight with the last auto attack and now turn it into a possible 1v2. Just as I was saying that, the Obliterate might just be able to finish off the kill. The last Q, great stand stand beside me though to get out of that fight.
Yeah, just when you were asking the question whether or not he can do, he just jumps in.
Balance champion, good job, Ryan.
Thank you, Riot.
Yeah.
I mean, it just speaks to how much of a game plan they have. I'm gonna hold that. As you know, the Olaf jumps in on the Jarvan, should get out. Equalizer does come down though. Unstoppable, but he's just gonna fall.
I was thinking of how do you take that fight against the Rumble, but the answer is you don't. So
Yeah.
Samlet Red overextending in the mid lane, a bit too overconfident. Will die to the Equalizer coming through and give the kill over to the mid laner of Winter. As it stands now, the gold is 1.5, 1.6 in favor of close behind esports, with the control lying actually with both the top laners and the bot laners.
Yeah, I was just praising them for having a good game plan, and Olaf does that. I mean, sure, you had that lane swap and you picked the Mordekaiser. You can't do what this Mordekaiser did if you pick some other champion. So I think it just speaks to the preparation they had.
Vanguard's Edge being used in the mid lane, flashing out is the Rumble. Conqueror already up for Salmon Pink. Does use the Ignite though, looking to go in once more, but choosing to be a bit more hesitant and restrained. It's fine because you do blow the flash on the Rumble. So now you have the control in the mid lane once more.
Yep, and you were talking about the Rift Herald spawning, and Rift Herald on the map right now, they do have the advantage. They have no Winter has no vision in this side of the map, so you would think that Olaf would just get it.
Yep, fighting once more. No surprise, Olaf there on top of the Scion, and a great Buster shot to deny the ultimate from Scion. So this is top lane control. This is Rift Herald, and close behind, playing the map extremely beautifully, because if you get this before 15 minutes, you actually are able to get the second Rift Herald after as well. Flag and drag in for the Jarvan in the mid lane might not be the best idea as the Cataclysm comes down as well. Looking for the kill across, and it's going to be stolen by Samlet Red, the scumbag jungler with the axe to get the kill credit.
I mean, this early game is just falling apart for Winter right now. I mean, all your lanes are basically losing. You're losing neutral objectives as an extension to that, and I don't know if there's any way you can get back into this early game without just stalling and waiting for late.
In a perfect world, you find the team fight with the Rumble as well as the Braum, layer the CC down, but because they're so disjointed right now, look at the overall map control that they have. They can't really find these fights, so it's close behind in full control and taking the initiative, and meanwhile Winter just have to play catch up and as and when they can.
Yeah, they're absolutely going to try to. I mean, Dragon just spawned, and you know Jarvan is already positioning around there. They already have wards in that bottom river, and because they were taking Rift Herald, the Olaf is nowhere near the Dragon Pit.
If you are Winter right now, you cross your fingers and pray that the change to the Rift is going to be the Mountain as opposed to the Inferno. Because with the new changes, I'm not sure if people are familiar with this watching, but the first 3 dragons are all different. They're randomized, right? But from the 3rd dragon onwards, everything is the same, and the Rift changes. So if you get the Inferno Dragon 3rd, you have 4th, 5th Inferno Dragon as well. And the power of that is just immense, because this composition, like we alluded to earlier, heavy in damage. The Inferno Dragon is just going to multiply that and make it so much more dangerous to deal with.
Absolutely, a Mountain, I believe, now gives you defensive stats. So if Winter is able to, you know, capitalize on that, that just makes their composition stronger.
Like, if you are close behind, you just give this over, it's fine. But it's looking to take the fight, the Equalizer on top of this. This might be a very good fight for Winter indeed. The Dragon will be taken away by Winter. And now the fight going on to the backline. No one touching the Tristana means that she can jump forward and look to get the resets, the auto attacks, looking for the assist for another reset. But instead, it's going to be the kills being cleaned up by Close Behind Esports. Losing 4 members though, Winter will give the triple kill over to Salmon Pink as well. Only for a cost of the Dragon. I think there was a bit of a overextension there from the side of Winter.
Yeah, that was undisputably worth for the side of Close Behind. I mean, if you're Winter, I don't think you had to do that. But if you wanted to get back into this early game, I think that was the play.
Yeah.
It's just super unfortunate that, you know, you give away 4 kills to the enemy side, and it just makes them so much stronger.
It's tough when you lock yourself in the pit with the Irelia as well as the Leona, because there's so much collateral CC, as I would put it, you know, that goes in this small area that you are very much confined and controlled. There's very little you can do to deal with that when you're this far behind. And right now, far behind is the theme, because they're 5.5k behind. I'm not sure if they can even look to push forward, or rather at this point, it's full, 5.5 grand. Not sure if they can even look to pull even at this point.
Yeah. Oh. Skirmish?
Auto? No.
Okay, well, if you take a look at the map right now, it's super unfortunate you're having to commit your bot lane into the mid because honestly at this point if they go bot and your mid lane tower is gone, that just allows close behind esport to set up a dive, especially with Olaf. So it just points to how far behind they are right now in this bot lane especially. And keep in mind again, this is your primary carry. He's on 99 CS
this
at 30
was
minutes in a game.
Aphelios first pick, build the comp around Aphelios,
Yes.
see whether we can get to the team fighting stage. The dude has 3 Doran's swords. Like, this is the worst case scenario. Like 3 D-Blaze just speaks to I'm poor, I need as much cheap stats as possible.
Yeah, take a look right now. They are rotating pretty quickly to defend this bot side, so I don't think they pick up this turret here with this Rift Herald.
Yeah, there's actually 4 members of the Winter side that has come down to defend, and well, the turret plates did go down after the Rift Herald charge was expanded, so there was some gold that went over to close behind. I wouldn't say it was a full attempt on the siege, perhaps just trying to maximize the economy to get all the turret plates before they went off. Trades happening on the top side. Remember that this is percentage damage that Mordekaiser deals with her passive, or his passive in this case.
Yeah, if you take a look right now, they are setting up that dive. You know, these wards are going to spot them out, but do they get out in time?
I feel like at this point you just run. You don't stick around. You run
Yeah.
and you don't stay anywhere near the turret, because if you pick this fight, you will lose very badly.
Yeah, at this point, you just have to stem the bleeding and, you know, allowing yourself to get dove is not how you do that. So they just give away the turret.
Yeah.
They're just going to back away, reset, and hopefully look for some advantages elsewhere on the map.
Push still being forced right now on the bot side. There's 4 members strong on the close behind lineup that is looking to siege down tier 2. And with the Tristana here as well as the Demolish from Leona, should be able to make short work of this structure here as it goes down.
Yeah, that's 3 turrets going over the side of close behind already. You're not feeling the best of your Winter right now. Your Scion in the top lane is just getting assaulted by Comfy Roof. It's just amazingly feels bad. You're losing every part of the map right now.
The good news though that the good news for Winter right now is that the dragon was a mountain, so the chain of mountain dragons actually benefits Winter more than close behind, because they have a Scion, which naturally stacks resistances, and they have a Jarvan who did go for Cinderhawk. So there are at least 2 people, and 2.5 if you count Braum, that benefit heavily from the mountain dragon.
Yeah, keep in mind they still do have to get the mountain dragon.
I mean, of course.
And right now, take a look at where the turrets have gone. The bot side is the weak side for Winter right now. You're not getting any dragons.
It's an ideal thing if they can pick it up,
Yeah.
but like picking it up is easier said than done. So of course we have to give benefit of the doubt to whether this composition can even get to that point. As of now, Salmon Pink, they'll walk into the bot side, will be spotted out by a ward. Looking to dive onto the Aphelios. Moonlight Vigil being used, but not really doing anything here. Salmon Pink trading across the turret, though, actually doing a lot of damage. Salmon Pink overextending here, having to flash out, and the Glacial Fissure picks up the kill, and you have to respect the chakrams coming in from Velasquez. This is what we were talking about. The lineup and setup you have on Aphelios, if you have the chakrams as well as the Scythe, the lifesteal, the constant DPS, is enough for you to take these 1v1s.
Yep, 0-3-1 beating up a 3-0 and 2 Aurelia. That's balance, yeah. But yeah, that's just way too overconfident coming from close behind esports mid laner. I mean, yeah, sure, you it looks like you can do that, but when you're against Aphelios, which is, you know, I'm not gonna lie, sort of overtuned.
Yeah.
You still have to be a bit more cautious. And the fact that you missed the stun is just, you know, I don't think that was very optimal.
Yeah, but one thing I have to sort of point out is that, and a lot of people have given the feedback of this regarding Aphelios, it's really hard to tell what the current loadout of the champion is unless you pay a lot of attention. And had it been, you know, the Calibrium, the sniper that Aphelios was using, that 1v1, easy. Aurelia takes it. But because it was the chakrams and you don't really have full information of what the loadout is, Salmon Pink just went all in thinking, okay, we can take this trade. Lost the 1v1 there, give the goal over to Aphelios, and now completing the QSS on this champion is so crucial, because now Mordekaiser can straight up press R and deny you from the fight. There is a bit more of a window for you to, you know, take these fights at a leisurely pace if you can QSS away the ultimate.
Yeah, paying the QSS tax early, and, you know, Mountain Dragon's just gonna go over. They're actually gonna fight this. TP's coming down.
Oh, great equalizer onto the backline is going to be taken away by the Jarvan. The Dragon goes the way of Winter, but on the backline, look at the Vanguard's edge actually ripping everyone apart. The resets might be coming in. It's a double already picked up, and the Death Realm on top of that. The QSS being used, but a little too late. It's a triple coming through from the Mordekaiser. I'm not sure that the Scion is going to survive this for a second longer. Make it a quadra on top of that, and the fight, even though the equalizer was being placed on top of everyone, the Vanguard's edge as well as the teleport from Comfy Roof allowed them to turn that fight.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure what they were trying to do there. They were obviously objectively at a disadvantage, especially when your AD carry just bought the QSS.
Yeah.
You have no, you can't go for those fights, and it just opens up a free second Rift Herald for
Remember
close behind.
that the QSS is literally the first completed item
Yeah.
this person has. 3 Doran's Blades, magical footwear, the BS1, and then you buy the QSS, you're like, oh, let's go and fight this. That's a good idea,
What are you
guys.
trying to do there?
You know, sometimes I feel like we have to be objective, but I
Yeah.
just can't help but laugh when I look at the current situation. I'm like, well, this is a nightmare.
Yeah, and the current situation right now is 8k deficit at 18 minutes for Winter. I don't think there is much of a way for you to get back into this game. Honestly, you just have to drag it out.
Yeah.
If they win this game, they win it at 45 or 50 minutes. Which I don't see happening because
Yeah,
honestly,
I feel
close
like,
behind is so far ahead.
I wanted to like hedge your bets with you. I'm like, yeah, they could probably take it at 45, but given the goal deficit as well as the nature of the compositions, right? Because this is a 4 damage threat lineup, it's so difficult for you to stall fights out. It gets to the point where how much is enough to take these fights? Pretty much goal has to be irrelevant, and your Aphelios has to pick up to the point where it's starting to do significant damage before they can touch you. You're taking out members already, and I don't see it getting to that point. So at the risk of calling it early, I'm calling it early.
Oh, okay then. I mean, close behind esports. The only way for Winter to get back into this game is if close behind esports they misplay heavily multiple times,
yeah.
and I honestly just don't see that happening. But at least Winter got their Mountain Dragon.
One thing I can say about Close Behind though is that overall when it comes to team fighting, they're extremely clean. That,
Yeah.
that was more or less how they won FSL Elite Season 1. Through extremely clean team fighting as well as an understanding of where to be on the map. We are starting to see that happen, in real time as well. You can see now, second Rift Herald picked up, being used to siege down the top tier 1 because, the charge is coming through, of course. And once again, the understanding of where to be on the map. The macro, very well done by Close Behind. You can see the split coming in, 1-3-1 on the map. Of course, no one is going to be able to deal with Mordekaiser, so this team is giving me 2 thumbs up right now. I'm 100% approving the way they play.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking very professional right now, going in, honestly, into all 3 lanes. It's not very common where you see a team be this clean on the map.
Yeah.
And right now, you can take a look at Winter. The way they're playing, they're panicking. Honestly,
This is a classic situation where you're not fully comfortable with your team on a whole, and like you guys don't know your natural tendencies, so you have to act and adapt on the fly at a delayed pace as opposed to knowing what your roles are, right? And you can see it a little bit here, as opposed to Close Behind, who looks super clean because they understand where they have to be on the map.
yeah. The one weakness the only weakness really I can point out for Close Behind esports is the tendency to be a bit overconfident.
Yeah, right now overconfident is the word, using the Death Realm to pull the Braum in and isolate this situation. It's going to be a 1-for-1 for now as he looks to get the kill across over. The Flying Drag though will knock the Mordekaiser up. Meanwhile, on the backline coming in, multiple members of Close Behind now piling in a Buster Shot though, but they're all locked in the Equalizer with the Cataclysm, and now it's going to be the first one to fall. The Tristana going down. Chasing forward, 4 members of Winter now looking to get the kills across. The second kill will go the way of the Rumble once more, and that's the ideal situation right there. Using the Cataclysm as well as the Equalizer to lock them in and find a fight.
Yeah, the reinforcements are dead. The Mordekaiser does get out alive though, but we see another fight in top lane.
Another fight in top lane, stopping the ultimate from Snell though, jumping back in. Salmon Ping has to get one more Blade Surge to get in for the kill. Instead will be denied as the Jarvan leaps in with the Flag and Drag. Meanwhile, Rumble joining in as well. Will not be able to chase up to the top laner from Close Behind and allow her to get out, but overall, still saving the life of the Scion.
Yep, quite slippery is the Aurelia, able to make it out alive. Yeah, I think the Mordekaiser staying there a bit too overconfident, like we were talking about earlier, just overextending a little too much. Something that hopefully, if not Winter, that some other team can capitalize on later on in the tournament. But right now, if they should have to rein it in. I think they understand that they have to rein it in order for them to close the game out earlier on.
It brings you back to your earlier point about how this team, when they're ahead, they like to have a bit more fun, so they take these fights that they shouldn't be looking for, right? The clean play right now would be what they're doing. Set up the play in the bot side, isolate the vision, and then if Winter looks to check this objective, you turn the fight across. No questions asked, but so looking at them starting up the Mountain Dragon, the Leona overextended a little bit more inside this bottom half, will probably be picked off. In return though, the Mountain Dragon will go the way of Close Behind esports, so they trade the support for the objective, and now they have the inside track on the mid lane as well as the Baron.
Yep, question is why was the Leona there? I mean, you had full vision of their bot lane, they were down there, and you have deep vision into the enemy jungler as well. So I don't see any reason for you to be hanging out around the Dragon Pit like that.
Yeah, it's a bit of a overstaying situation in the bot half. Meanwhile, Baron has been started up. There's no vision whatsoever, as our observers kindly showing us. So this is an attempt to dissuade the Baron, but it will be a bit too late. It's been taken out. Channeling the Scion ultimate though, not necessarily the best idea. I think you don't take this fight after the objective has gone down. Meanwhile, using the Death Realm to take the 1v1 against the Jarvan in the backline, they're still protecting against the Scion. A great buster shot to knock 4 members back in. This should be the disengage coming through. Cataclysm on top of the Mordekaiser. Not really who you want in the fight, breaking out still in the river. Shutdown going in the way of the Rumble, but off the back, the resets coming through from the Tristana. She's left completely unchecked. She's going off and she's going to get all the kills that she needs, as well as the kitchen sink here. Autos to get the last kill, a triple, possibly a quadra. But no, everyone else just backing off.
For Winter in that fight, that was a great effort at, stalling it out until your AD carry got there, but unfortunately the Tristana is just way too strong to be fighting right now. 4-1-7 with 2 completed items and a BF sword. That is, yeah, like you said, you shouldn't be taking that fight after the objective have gone down.
And you have to consider that this composition is not a single threat. It's 4 threats.
Yeah.
They isolated Comfy Roof, we kill the Mordekaiser, fine, get the shutdown. But then, where's the damage? Where's the CC on Tristana? What about the Olaf? What about the Irelia? All these factors come into play in the team fights because you don't have enough damage as well as tools to deal with the multiple threat composition.
Yeah, we praised, Winter for stalling it out until Lady Carry got there, but I think on the other side of the coin, Close Behind Esports played it excellently. Just, didn't commit until they saw a clear opening where they could, just slam all 4 members in, and just like that, they went in together. They got a clean team fight, victory, and they managed to take down 1 inhibitor in the mid lane.
Of course, credit where credit is due. You have to remember that they waited for the Cataclysm to come out first, then they re-engaged, right? Because the way they lost the previous fight was Cataclysm and Equalizer combo.
Yep.
This time they're like, okay, we're not gonna get fool us once. Shame on you. Fool us twice though. That's when the issue comes in. So adaptation coming through once more from Close Behind Esports, and the 5th dragon, or rather the 3rd dragon for them, will be quite crucial as they look to move towards the Mountain Soul. But I highly doubt the game is going to get to that point because goal lead speaks volumes, the Baron buff as well.
Yeah, this is the lull state where you are very happy to deal with if you are Winter right now. I mean, no objective we're taking on the map, but oh boy, we're doing this again.
See ya, buddy. Getting the reset, the great redemption to heal up the Tristana though, so they will find 2 kills in the middle of the jungle. Even the red buff take is not safe here as they look to walk into the bot side with the Baron buff, remember. So this should be at least the inner turret and possibly the inhibitor as well, unless Winter can mount a defense, which I highly doubt so with 2 members down and 20 seconds left to respawn.
Yeah, you didn't have priority over the red buff, you shouldn't be going for it. At this point, that play may have just lost the game for Winter. I mean, they're just going to push down right now. That's the point I was trying to bring across. The only way they win is they force it, and you know what? They're forcing it.
Last stand of the Alamo being pulled here. They're looking to defend their base, but with the wave coming in soon after, I don't think there's much that Close Behind, Winter can do to defend here. Tristana is a demolitionist expert, and right now she's going to be looking to demolish the chances of Winter making it into the winner's bracket. Death Realm being used by Comfy Roof on the backline, but all eyes on top of the Tristana, who is just auto-attacking for free right now. Just look at the back. Lezen just doing so much damage. Auto-attacking and getting the resets. Doesn't even need to use the rocket jump to get back into the fight because her team is peeling perfectly for her. Ace coming through. Nexus going down. It's another day in the office for Close Behind Esports.
Yep, ending the game with about a 14.6k advantage is Close Behind Esports. Extremely unfortunate for the side of Winter. And honestly, Close Behind was just the better team.
That is, as a new team entering FSL Thai qualifiers, as rough of an introduction as you want in this tournament. It comes, full circle to show that these teams aren't playing around, man.
Yep.
They're really here to showcase their abilities, and Close Behind pulled no punches. They showed you what a tier 1 Thai representative of the FSL looks like.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised Olaf didn't do that much damage. I mean, but, the rest of the team was able to just pick up the slack.
I mean, they can't see this on our screen, but right now the majority of the damage is actually coming through from the Mordekaiser.
Yep.
Just residual AoE damage from the Vanguard's Edge as well as the Mordekaiser passive. Does a lot of work. So that's Close Behind in a nutshell for you, popping off in game 1. Right now, though, because the games are being played concurrently, we're waiting for the winner of the other set to advance forward. And once we do see, or at least know, who's advancing to the winner's bracket round 2, we'll have the matchup up for you on the screen. But for now, we'll be going for a short break as we take stock of the situation. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to FSL 2020. We're just about to jump into the game here in the lower bracket. I'm Spoot. He's still hungry. Casts.
Actually, a bit hungry now. Like we ordered lunch.
Yeah.
We're kind of waiting for it to arrive. But
Okay.
at this point, we're looking at the lower bracket. I feel like I should be a bit more careful about when I say losers bracket. Lower bracket
Yeah.
sounds a bit more palatable. But right now in picks and bans, we do see the Elise Knowledge banned out on the blue side by Winter, and on the red is Mythos Ladies. And both these teams, first foray into the FSL, haven't really had the best first game of the day, which explains why they're in the lower bracket. But right now they're looking for a chance at redemption because this is a double elim tournament. So if you sort of win your way through the lower bracket, you can actually fight for a chance to go back into the finals in the upper bracket. So we'll have to see if they can do that because it is a long journey ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the question on my mind right now is whether or not Aphelios is still,
Dun,
prioritized.
dun, dun. Because it is normally the red side that bans it.
Yep.
I don't know. Okay, they banned the Varus, which is not bad, but right now the question is last ban, Aphelios, Diana, Mordekaiser, Misfortune. Misfortune has been banned out. So there are still three options that, both teams might want to look at.
Yeah, a lot of power picks coming into the start of the season, so Aphelios may be falling off because, like we saw in the previous game, the Leona is quite a bit of a hard counter.
Yeah,
into him.
yeah.
Instead, we're going to see the Riven being banned out
Okay.
and the top side. So I'm actually not sure if Riven is the strongest champion right now. I think I would prioritize the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, I would definitely give the Mordekaiser a bit more of a ban attention. But in this case, they're going to give the Riven, the Aphelios over to Velasquez, as the previous game she did pick it up to a bit of a unfortunate end in this case, because like we saw, the Leona was the counter pick, so to speak, in game 1. We'll see if Mythos Lady decide to do that. Instead, it might just be the Morgana or Yumi being hovered over. I would like to see the Mordekaiser here. Not so much a big fan of picking bot lane so early, but you do what you want.
Yeah.
Caitlyn Morgana in the bot lane, a bit of a tricky lane to deal with, but also quite bad if it doesn't snowball.
Like you were talking about previously, Caitlyn not good if you don't
Yeah.
snowball. You come off the lane, not even a hit.
Your mid game
just-
is like
you're just screwed up.
non-existent.
Yeah.
You just become a big like cannon minion. You're worse than Tristana at sieging, and the only thing you have is your range, which you can't abuse because you don't have auto attack speed. Auto attack damage rather.
Yeah, so this is Aphelios Zyra. I think a stronger lane than the Aphelios Brom.
Yeah.
Definitely showing that you want to step up slightly more. We're going to see if, Velasquez is going to be able to capitalize on, picking such a strong champion. Now that you don't have Leona on the opposing side.
Interestingly though, Zyra has always been like a historical counterpick to Morgana because you really want to break the black shield early on, and Zyra with a high base damage is actually used pretty well with Morgana as well as a high auto attack range. Traditionally, you always see like 2 counter picks or 3 counter picks against Morgana. It's always the Brand, Zyra, as well as the Nami, right? So you have your pick of the lot. In this case, Zyra with her auto attack range should be able to deal with this bot lane a bit more and give Caitlyn a run for her money. Meanwhile, on the opposite side though, the last pick before they advance to the second ban phase is going to be a Nocturne. And I feel like in this patch, Nocturne is actually pretty strong because of the Sanguine Blade as well as the interactions with Conqueror. Quite a high value champion if you know what you're doing and how you path on the map properly. The difficulty is if you fall behind because of, like we talked about earlier, EXP issues, you don't get level 6 as quickly, right? So it can become a bit of an issue if your Nocturne doesn't get a hit in the game.
Yeah, you're batting away. I mean, I'm not sure what these bans are. You ban away the Riven, you ban away the Sinjao. I'm not exactly sure what they're going for on the side of Mythos Lady, but I guess I can sort of see it. Jarvan 4 and Sinjao, if you fall behind against them, you're not gonna have the best of days. But that still does leave up the Lee Sin, still leaves up the Olaf.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of jungle-centric bans here, which aren't necessarily the best thing to do, especially when there are higher priority bans available. Like you said, Lee Sin definitely one of the high-value ones. The one that stands out to me is actually Echo. Echo is really high value in the jungle right now, as well as in the mid lane. Left completely untouched this game. I'm surprised neither team has sought after it at all.
I mean, I don't think we really see Echo in FSL much. Maybe it's just a champion pool, something they don't really play. But yeah, as it stands, I'm pretty curious who's gonna go into this Vladimir. I mean, pretty strong sustain, pretty strong late game. You want something that can deal with him early, and I'm not quite sure what that's gonna be. Maybe
right
Cassiopeia?
Now, if they're looking at Ornn, so this could be the makings of definitely going to be a top lane Ornn, right? But
Yeah,
a
you need
possible...
AP.
Yeah, they definitely do need some sort of AP coming in. So I feel like in the mid lane against Vladimir, you always want something that can control when it comes to range. So to fit the theme of what their composition is looking to do, I think Orianna as a enabler, right?
Yeah.
These utility pick would be pretty decent in the mid lane, especially because it is into Vladimir. The range helps a lot early on.
There is a Kled though.
Kled into the Ornn, a bit of a bully lane for the Kled, especially when it comes to trading. But of course, Ornn, like we were talking about earlier before the broadcast, some changes to the way you tend to build Ornn nowadays. You max the knock up first, the E. I see a lot of people, still maxing Q, which is definitely the wrong way to go.
Yep.
The Q isn't necessarily the best tool for trading anymore because of the delay that comes out on the second half. A lot of the damage is on the pop-up of the Q. So now, most people actually do max E and use the Q as a way to proc the E.
I mean, yeah. I mean, not much I can add
Yeah.
to that. Yeah. Here's the thing though. I mean, should you like we were talking about? You ban the Jarvan, you ban the Xin Zhao. Why are you banning Xin Zhao? You can ban Olaf. I mean,
Olaf, right? Yeah.
so the thing with Nocturne
There
is
you go,
you can
Orianna.
fear someone else to go away,
Mhm.
but when Olaf has ultimate, you're not gonna do it. He's just gonna keep
Yeah.
charging at you. So this is very questionable for me, but we'll see how it goes, I guess.
I do like the Mythos lady. Bans aside, the composition
Yeah.
makes sense to me. You have Orianna as the utility pick to sort of supplement the dive coming from Nocturne and Ornn. Both of these champions want to sort of play the front line and back line, so you kind of a method of delivering the ball in for the shockwave. Caitlyn Morgana though is going to be the tricky one because if they don't come out ahead in lane
Yeah.
like we said, they will have zero presence in team fights. That being said, on the opposing side, a lot of threats available. Once more, it's a 4 damage threat composition. We have Aphelios, Vladimir, Olaf, and Kled. If you're looking at this from a jungler perspective, I'm quite curious which lane you'd look to hit because you do have some ideas in the jungle. I feel like in this case you kind of want to get Aphelios ahead to make sure the power curve starts early, but at the same time, Kled as a split pusher against the Ornn can have some strength there in itself.
Yeah, I still have a lot of questions. Mostly around Velasquez on
Mhm.
this Aphelios. I mean,
Has it
we've
impressed you?
I mean, yeah, that's why I have a lot of questions, I guess. I mean, you've prioritized the champion twice now. The first time you get screwed over by Leona. Now
Yeah.
you're against Caitlyn, Morgana, quite a bit of a oppressive lane,
Mhm.
especially earlier on.
Mm.
I'm not quite sure if, Velasquez is going to be able to step up to the plate.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'd like to be proven wrong, especially when paired up against, a bit of a damage dealing support like the Zyra.
The thing about Aphelios into the Caitlyn is that level 1 Aphelios with the Calibrium has the similar level range as
Yeah.
Caitlyn when it comes to dealing damage. In addition, you also have your Q, which makes the level 1 a bit more beneficial for Aphelios Zyra, especially if you know how to plant the seeds properly on Zyra. It's a skill that
Yeah.
it requires a bit more practice, but definitely you do have the ability to like cheese level 1, cheese level 2. So there are ways for the bot lane to get a hit by themselves. Whether they can do that is a whole other question because you're very, curious or at least doubtful of this bot lane's duo to carry on Aphelios. I have to supplement that with the fact that right now, at least they do have other options in the form of Vladimir, which as we all know, Vladimir in the late game a bit of a threat, and not really much that the opponents can do to deal with it in the composition because fighting front to back is only an idea or only something they can do if Ornn stays even.
Yeah.
If Ornn is way too far behind, there's no way they're going to be able to kite back.
Absolutely. I mean, we also have to take a look at the junglers because let's be real. Olaf does come online much earlier than the Nocturne.
Like
so
level 2, I think you.
yeah, you can
level
go
2
for
and blue buff, you just run
yeah,
it, right?
woo!
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, if you're this Olaf, you should be looking for early ganks. You should be looking for advantages when the Nocturne cannot answer you.
Yeah.
And if you get your lane sufficiently ahead before the Nocturne comes online at level 6, that just makes it so much more difficult for Now to come online.
I think especially one thing I noted is because EXP is such a big issue for junglers right now, if the Nocturne gets put behind in terms of camps, the Olaf is aggressive, steals jungle camps away. Nocturne hits level 6, could use Paranoid to gank a lane, but then, you're something at like 2 levels difference, where you're level 6 trying to gank a level 8, even though you have a laner there to help you, it might be a bit more tricky, I think. So we'll have to see what the timings work, how the timings work out for this Nocturne in the jungle, as opposed to the Olaf, who is good all stages of the game. I feel like level 6 is just like a small bonus. You don't play for Olaf level 6, right? You play for the ability to hit your axes and hit the ganks very early on.
I cannot stop thinking about the Xin Zhao ban. Honestly, why are you banning Xin Zhao?
I feel like you're super tilted. You're,
I'm very
you're looking at this
tilted.
lineup of bans
Yes.
on top of your screen like, this makes zero sense to me. I don't know how I'm going to analyze this.
I mean, this is fine.
Yeah.
I mean, Yeah, but Mythos League, I'm not sure why.
I feel like
Xin Zhao and
all
Dragon
the
are getting
bans
banned.
on the winter side is like, okay, it's good,
Yeah.
it's smart. There
Yeah.
is some sort of like sound strategy to it, but on the other side, it's just like, I don't like Xin Zhao, I don't like playing against Xin Zhao, I don't like seeing it
Yeah.
in my game, the
But-
name itself freaks me out or something, it's like ban, you know?
Ban. Get out of here.
Yeah, I don't want any of that at all, right? So,
Yeah.
if they lose this game, which, you know, still very early to say, just
Okay.
looking at the state of things, might be one of the things we call into question. If they progress in further into the tournament, might be another thing we call into question. The idea of, are there bans, you know, more for the sake of comfort, or is this a meta-focused thing? We'll have a bit more to analyze in the aspect if they move forward, but right now it's just one of the things, you know, you want to keep in the back of your head. Don't have to pay too much attention because, you know, the compositions themselves locked in ready.
Yeah.
See how this goes as we jump into the game relatively soon.
Is it agreeable that both junglers should be focusing towards the bot side? I mean, if you have Kled against Ornn, honestly, you're
Yeah.
not going to be able to do much in that lane.
Unless it's like a big skill difference, I feel like you should just focus about lane.
Yeah.
One thing is to get the Aphelios a hit, and the other for the Nocturne, you kind of have to cover the bot lane a lot more because Zyra, Aphelios as a lane is going to push.
Yep.
Like, the moment Equilibrium is done and you swap over to, like, the Infernum, once you finish and you swap out your guns, the lane will push, like, no doubt about it, right? So, Nocturne as a jungler should be covering the bot side. Meanwhile, like I said, Kled versus Ornn, I think from an analytical standpoint, because you have Conqueror on the Kled, it should be self-sufficient just trading out over time against the Ornn.
Yeah, absolutely. We're on the rift right now, but we do see a bit of a pause. Shouldn't
Just
be
a small one, yeah.
Hopefully, it's a small one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot the train of thought I was going for.
I do like that when it comes to the runes and masteries, or in this case no more runes, just masteries, right? Both junglers have gone for things that you would expect. So Conqueror on Olaf, because you want to see early action, you can proc them very quickly with not only the axes but your autos as you're chasing them down. In this case, it's not Conqueror for the Nocturne. Instead, it's going to be the lethal tempo. And what that signals to us is that you're basically playing for the level 6 fear into the increased attack speed ganks, right? So you want every gank to be as invested heavily as possible and work out, right? It also allows you to get presence of mind for the cooldown reduction.
Yeah, but honestly, take a look at the runes across the board. We don't see, you know, anything too peculiar other than the lethal tempo. Pause is finished, so
Level 1 shenanigans might be a thing here with Ornn
Yeah.
in, but you can see the stack is coming through. Yeah, I think if I were oh, hold on,
ooh.
Dark Binding might be coming through, but Zara might have to be very careful about her spacing here.
Yeah, it looks like she's not going to overcommit.
Dun-dun,
On the edge though.
dun-dun. Dun-dun, dun-dun, dun-dun. Oh, okay, she's gonna spawn. Yeah,
Alright.
it's fine. Alright, so all members on the side of Mythos Lady is gonna back off. Meanwhile, Winter here getting some advanced information, some early damage as well on top of the Orianna. So you can see a bit of gold in the pocket of the Zyra already. 15 gold, small wins, baby.
Basically win the game.
Yeah.
Right? With 15 gold, it's done.
Look at this. The early itemization from Ornn is actually super aggressive because you, based on the passive, you can get items in lane, right? So what she decided to do in this game was go for refillable potion, the rejuvenation beat, and 2 control wards. So this should give a lot of information about how safe their jungle is, and also allow you to just sustain up in the lane. Of course, this also means that Ornn is just going to be like bent over for the next 3 minutes, right? Until you get certain core items, or at least base items, there's no way you're dueling, or at least trading.
Yeah, I mean, playing very defensively, I can agree with that. But that 5-man stack we saw earlier, that just allowed for much more information to go to the side of Winter. You can see that there's a ward in the top side
On the Raptors, right?
Yeah, on the Raptors right now. So if the Nocturne goes up there, they're going to be able to see it.
Yep.
Gonna give a lot more early information to Olaf for a potential invade.
The only thing that the Olaf can take away is the rip buff, but at this point, you know, if you are able to control the rest of the camps, it doesn't matter because they respawn much quicker than the buff themselves. You take 2 Raptors equal to the gold, or at least the EXP from the rip buff, so all fine and dandy as long as you can play around that. In fact, Olaf going for a full bot side clear, so we'll be able to hit level 3 in a bit. Meanwhile, level 2 already being hit on the side of Zyra, having to pop the heal in advance, flashing forward. A lot of damage down, and getting the first blood is Velasquez. And proving you wrong a little bit here, Spoots, with the aggressive play hitting the level 2. Even though they ate the binding, they still managed to find the kill.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct when you said that they do have an early game advantage. They are not gonna go in. Okay.
If that Q hit though.
Yeah, that Q. If the Q hit, obviously you're going. But Yeah, I mean, you hit early level 2 on the Aphelios and the Zyra. They pushed, like you said. They pressed the advantage and
Yeah.
they got 1 kill for their efforts. I think, respectable.
Abuse the... Oh. Feels bad.
It's bad, man.
You abuse the range on the Equilibrium as well as the ability to spawn the roots. So, I mean, in that sense, you do have the level 2. So, great that they recognized, okay, we have the advantage here in the bot side. Let's play aggressively. Let's capitalize on that. And now they find themselves early leads in the form of a first blood gold for the Aphelios. Meanwhile, junglers will meet each other in this top half of the river. Smite is available for neither of them, though. So, as this fight breaks out, it might be a bit tricky. Both teams collapsing right now. It looks like it's going to be the Nocturne in the center of it all. Might have to flash away. A lot of damage down. Meanwhile, Vladimir pulling out already. Ignite on top of the Vladimir. Flashing forward. Might be able to get the kill, though. Moving in. The axe not really sticking, but it's going to be the auto attack that gets the kill. Meanwhile, in the river, already getting demounted is Kled. They're looking for a bit more. Having to pop the barrier. The axe actually almost picking. Share rose up. The Orianna very low on health now. Having to clear this wave out before recalling.
Yeah, you definitely have to blame the Nocturne there. I mean, you should not be going in under any circumstances against an Olaf, let alone an Olaf with both solo lanes pushed up. I mean, you're just inviting a gank, and even if they don't come, you should not be winning a 1v1 against an Olaf at this stage of the game.
I feel like when the fear was popped on the Nocturne, that was the point you overcommitted already. Because you can't be trading once you use the fear, the only form of CC, and then backing off, right? So definitely overextending, not knowing your limits is the Nocturne. Bot lane, the threat's still pretty evident here as triple Doran's Blade is the instant buy here coming from Velasquez. Meanwhile, topside Conqueror is available, but Snell is just going to be pretty happy being demounted and backing off. Trades in the mid lane, finding a kill already and looking to turn this one over, picking up the X will give them the double. The Q is going to get the kill here, and that's a double picked up by the Olaf early on. You trade the Vladimir across, but this is a 2-0-1 Olaf who has yet to buy. My goodness, what a threat.
Let's ban the Xin Chao, guys. No, I mean, what? It's 2-0-1 on the Olaf. You screw up your early game. This Olaf is online, hands down. He's gonna be a menace for basically the next 15 minutes.
Base with 1.8k, jeez Louise. You get the Cinderhawk buy, just like walk into the jungle, duel whoever you want, don't care. This is not even gonna base. Super Alpha chat mode. Go top side, take the Scuttle Crab again.
Okay. If you're Mrs. Lady right now, you have to put down what you have to invest in a lot of vision. If this Olaf shows up remotely anywhere near your lane, you have to you just have to ping it. You have to understand that you can't push up. You just have to back off.
Yep. Level 5. Oh my goodness. This is insane. Go back, gets the challenging smite as well as the Balmy Cinder. So no Cinderhawk just yet, but actually a lot of vision being picked up. So this is good. 2 control wards as well as the sweeper. I like this. Yep. You talked about how Mr. Ladies has to put vision down. Very tricky when all this vision control is in the pocket of the Olaf right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is just Olaf understanding what she has to do in order to facilitate, successful ganks. And I like that the entirety of Winter right now is actually just placing down a lot of wards and, gaining some vision control across the map.
Level 5 being the state right now for the Vladimir. Meanwhile, Orianna already picking up level 6, has the ultimate available. We're still looking for the Paranoia on the Nocturne though. Remember, we're talking about this. If you fall behind the jungle, your timings are going to be super late. Right now, the Olaf is level 6 compared to the level 6 of the Orianna. That's fine. If you're coming for a gank, get evenly matched. Nocturne is starting to fall behind a little bit more. I'll be very afraid if they look to force a 2v2.
Yeah, you're still okay if you're Nocturne right now, but once they get this dragon, that's where you're starting to fall into a bit of the danger zone because you're conceding pressure across the map and you don't have the level advantage to make up for it. Doesn't look like they're going to contest this dragon though. I think Olaf just gets it for free. Orianna's pathing down, but I don't think he makes it in time. Yeah,
they managed to sneak this one away and will be good. In return though, I think Orianna might be able to clear out this ward. If she gets tagged by the X, it might be a sticky situation, but still able to back off. Pings down on the bot half, remember, still no level 6 for the Nocturne, so can't really turn this gank around. If the blue buff goes the way of the Olaf, it might be more than enough. Ragnarok already popped CC immune, so there's no worry in the world. But remember, when you're CC immune, you can't use the blast code, so you're going to be stuck on the across the cliff. Oh man, that is a fuse bad.
Yeah, we've been singing this guy's we've been singing Olaf's praises all game or all early game, and you just have to throw it away.
That is hilarious. I love it.
Player like that.
It's like you forget, oh well, if you're CC immune, there's no way you can use the blast code. Thought she could ran out, was unable to do so.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they were trying to do over there. I mean, you have basically 4 enemy players in the vicinity, and your bot lane is not moving up to support you. You should not be going in for that sort of
I'm
fight. I
telling
mean,
you, man.
you can pop that ultimate run towards river and you're out, but you went for the
Greedy,
Morgana instead. Just
yeah.
way too greedy.
Greedy play for the Morgana. Once again, Alpha Chat coming in. This is Olaf. 2-1-1 ready to pick up the Cinderhawk. Pings down on the jungle though. You can see wards being placed on top of the blue buff, I believe, right now. Meanwhile, looking for the level 6 still. Off this camp should get it. And Gang coming in the mid lane. Charge being used. Evaded swiftly though by the Orianna.
Yep, just able to get out by the skin of her teeth. I was going to praise the Olaf for having, you know, a better path, because once she got the dragon, could have just backed, reset, and moved up because Rift Herald was spawning.
Right.
And the Nocturne was just way too behind, because at the point of the Rift Herald spawn, she was just pathing down towards the bot side. But unfortunately, I think the Olaf has just thrown away a bit of the advantage there. Is going to be able to pick up this Skull Crab, but beyond that, I don't think she can sneak away the Herald.
Would be a bit greedy if she goes for this play, because you can see that top side doesn't have any prio, right? So if Ornn comes in and looks to turn this fight, it might be a bit tricky. X landing on top of the Nocturne, though the slowest coming in. Shockwave not available just yet, so if they burst down this Nocturne rather, it might be more than enough flashing for it still. Paranoia used a bit too late, and now attention on top of the Orianna. The axe once more undertow, being stuck in the back of the Orianna, and this should be a kill being picked up. Barrier be damned, because that is a double for the Olaf. Super chat for 1-1, just walking into the jungle, has no cares in the world.
Yeah, I mean, that looked super sketchy when it started out, because you could see the Ornn pathing down to join the fight, and it was, hey, for a second it looked like it was going to be a 3v2. But once the Nocturne died, it was just, you know, the Olaf should just run through and just whack everyone until it did.
I wish the Nocturne used the Paranoia earlier, because that sort of disjoint in communication might have helped them win that fight. You could think that it was a game of inches right there, but oh wow, a lot of damage on top of the Morgana right now.
Yeah, like you say, if the Olaf, if the Nocturne didn't die, I think Mythos Lady could have turned back.
Yeah. Still being able to pick up the Scuttle Crab in the top half and get the Rift Herald. It's a big bonus and a big boon to the side of Winter right now. But Sheer Rose walking over with the Control Ward will spot this one out. I think they are actually pretty wise to this Lily White on the back half.
What is Snell
with
doing?
the Control coming in. Snell is inside the pit, getting caught out. Actually, a lot of health being taken down. The Rift Herald now. The aggression swapping over to the side of Winter. So they are taking the bare brunt of the damage here. Mythos Lady still sticking around. Remember, Vladimir is nowhere near here, so this is a 3v2 at best. Meanwhile, bot lane kills going one apiece across. The both supports being picked up, or rather, the Aphelios falling already. Attention to the top side still. Call of the Forge God being used. Lily White has to throw this one around. Does not land it whatsoever. Whiffed in the wrong direction. Meanwhile, the Rift Herald being picked up by the Olaf, and this fight is going horribly in favor of Winter as they look to clean this one up. I'm not sure if they can really do anything here, as the Vladimir joins in will be able to pick up the Orianna as well. My goodness, they get the Rift Herald, they get the kills, and they are able to clean up this fight.
Credit over to Winter. They were just, you know, just teasing Mrs. Lady, just like, yeah, you want to come in? Yeah, let's.
You might have a chance.
You might have a chance, until the Vladimir came into the fight. They just slammed the door in their opponent's face, just cleaned up basically, and yeah, credit to, you know, just baiting the enemy team.
Yeah. You could see that they were pretty precise about what time they wanted to go in and join the fight, because it was a 3v2. We were calling, oh well, they have control here. But all they had to do was buy space, buy time with the Clit, who, you know, remounts, has that buffer to play with, and Olaf, who is so far ahead that you can tank up a lot of the damage, allow the Vladimir to join and clean up.
Yeah, but now the question is, with this 5-1-2 and Olaf, where are you going to put the Rift Herald?
I think your best play right now is to just center it, open up the mid half of the map, and see if you can convert. Meanwhile, bot lane, Paranoia is available. Nocturne waiting in the wings. Wants to use this ultimate to convert on top of a kill. There's really no way for them to start this fight apart from a Dark Binding. So unless Winter is a bit too greedy and overextends, I don't see them finding a fight here. Still have to look for the Dark Binding.
Okay, but take a look. Infernal Drake is up, and the Olaf, they're both hovering, they're going in.
Yep, they're going in. Oh, the backline Morgana should be able to fall here with the Ignite ticking down. They're still chasing down, and meanwhile, Infernum is available. Moonlight Vigil is up. They will be able to use the damage to turn it across. On top of the Caitlyn, Olaf jumping in. Super Chad. Make it 6-1 and 2. Why not? The Undertow just being thrown across, and now popping the Rift Herald for good measure. They should be able to secure the bot half as well as the mid.
Wait, how did Orianna die?
Solo kill!
Okay, solo kill. I mean, at this point, you're just feeling super good with your Winter. I mean, you were presented the opportunity for a counter gang. Take it, you win that fight. You put down Rift Herald, you manage to take down bot tier 1 tower. some plates on the mid-tier 1 tower and secure the Infernal Drake. And the Nocturne is just left sitting around taking his blue buff.
You know what's feels bad though? At the bot half when the fight started, the binding did not land. But I think Mythos ladies were a bit, you know, eager to pull the trigger.
Yeah.
So when they made the call to go in, you could see, oh, well, Morgana already got bursted down from like 60 to 0.
Yep.
At that point, it's a disadvantageous fight. You have to kind of cut your losses and back off. But they full committed with the paranoia, it's game over.
Yeah, basically, Winter's doing to Mrs. Lady what they got done to... Wait, that sentence doesn't make sense. What close behind esports did to them.
They're learning, incorporating it, they're growing.
Basically, what we've seen today is you pick Olaf and you win the game, and you shouldn't ban Sinjao because that's not what you're supposed to do.
You're so salty about the Sinjao ban. I love it. It's hilarious.
Very
it's actually
salty.
really
I'm
funny.
not gonna let it go.
Yeah. It's like if they ban Olaf, then it wouldn't be a 6-2 Olaf in the game,
Yes.
terrorizing you right now.
Yes. Okay, but right now they do the lane swap because they take the bot side turret. So this is just, you know, initiative coming in from the side of Winter.
Ragnarok being used, no effect of the shockwave on top of the Olaf, so you just run her down. Of course, CC immune is the order of the day for this Olaf, and with Conqueror as well as that Cinderhawk dude, this Olaf is now moving towards a Righteous Glory. There's very little you can do to dissuade the aggression coming through when she decides to press R and run at you.
She was thinking about going into the Nocturne earlier. It's just like,
"Hmm."
do I go in? Oh, they're going in top.
Call of the Forge God being used, not knocking anyone up though, might just be an overcommitment once more. Look at all the damage on the back line. They already pick up the Ornn and now they already pick up the Morgana. They're turning it across on top of the Paranoia, the Nocturne as well. No Paranoia available whatsoever, my goodness.
What? I'm not sure what happened there.
It feels
you
so
had the
bad.
perfect setup. You whiff the call of the Forge God, you try to go in anyway.
What I don't understand is, why didn't they just use the Paranoia to block vision for Call of the Forge God?
No, when they went in, they didn't have Paranoia. It just came off cooldown.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Should have perhaps waited a few more seconds.
I don't know, 10 seconds is good?
Yeah.
Sit there, count to 10.
They just, you know, just forcing it far too early, and you know, you pay for it with your lives, I guess.
But it has been sort of what we've seen today from Mythos this game, at least. Too eager sometimes to pull the trigger, and they've really been paying for it in terms of deficits.
Hey, I mean, it's easier to teach an aggressive player to not go in than to teach a timid player to go in. So I guess with a bit more training, with a bit more practice, I think they could have.
Righteous Glory, they're jumping to the back line, but Ornn is here, so Lily White is available to defend her team, but they will have to concede this bot half of the map. So anything the light touches belongs to Winter right now. You can see the Vladimir, no fear whatsoever, just walking up, throwing E's, throwing Q's. Control ward over the wall will be cleared soon. Oh, good spell shield on the Stranglethorns though.
Yep, you can take a look right now. Mythos Lady is actually struggling a little bit to clear the vision.
Like,
oh, here we go.
It's like, buddy, do you even want to fight at this point? He's level 11, the jungler is higher level than the top laner. I don't know why you're even sticking around. Flashing out, will be able to get to safety with the E though. Was that really worth it?
No, because you didn't get a wall,
Yeah,
right?
exactly, right? So, I don't know. Like I said, everything the light touches belongs to Winter. You just back off, you turtle up, you hope that they show mercy and not look to end too quickly so you can scale up, but let's check off, you know, what they need to do. Snowball to Caitlyn, not done, right? Mid lane, go even, not done. Nocturne, come out even as well so he can match ganks, not done. Looking very dire right now for Mythos Lady.
Yeah, at this point, you can't even clear a ward in your own jungle. The next few dragons should just go freely over to Winter. If Mythos Lady try to come into their own jungle to try to contest, the Olaf's just gonna run at you. There's nothing you can do.
And the thing is, they can force these fights so quickly as well with the Kled on top of the Olaf. This is like a dive buddy situation, the worst case situation in fact, where you use charge on Kled, movement speed on Olaf, runs to the back line. Taking this trade though, jumping away. Paranoia is available. Have to see whether they can pick up this kill. Call of the Forge God being used, remounted, flashing over the wall. Snell actually managing to get out with the Q jumping over the wall as well. Blast Cone though might see the situation change. Using the Duster to chase down on top of the Nocturne. Not enough damage, I think, is the issue here. So they will be able to pick up the kill on Snell, but at what cost? Because Rift Herald was picked up on the top side by Olaf once more. Now they're going in for the fight. Inferno being used, the Moonlight Vigil. A lot of damage down on top of the Caitlyn, who was forced to use the heal.
I think that was best case scenario for Mrs. Lady going into that bot side for that gank. Credit for finding the opportunity, but I think it's a little too late.
Definitely a bit too late here, especially with the mid tier 2 being taken out. The Rift Herald getting another charge is just the cherry on top of this advantageous Sunday for Winter right now.
Ooh. Almost got caught by that Dark Mind. That would have been disastrous for snowballing this Aphelios, which I have to say is doing quite the good job right now. You know, in the previous game, this is where the Aphelios ended.
Yep.
An Essence Reaver and nothing else. So
QSS.
and QSS.
And the QSS.
Yep, okay.
Yeah.
So, you know, you got past that point, you're doing pretty well, 3-1 and 3. I should give some credit over.
I think when it counts, Velasquez is able to find the advantage with a team, right? So getting to the point of execution is the curious part. Nocturne hovering around looking like she wants to steal away this blue buff, but at what cost? Right now, Ragnarok has been popped. They're taking this 2v2, a lot of damage actually. Look at Velasquez, all the damage being put down. The Chakram's just flying back and forth, even though the Shockwave is going to land, but I don't think they can confirm the kill because she's able to flash out, and now they will be able to find the finishing touches on top of the Olaf at least. Still, they trade 1 for 2 there. Not the best case scenario inside of the jungle.
It was the best case scenario for what they could get, I think. They shut down the Olaf, they get a bit of gold, and I think, honestly, that opportunity should not have been presented. That was just way too greedy coming in from Winter. Showing some signs of, you know, over-eagerness to end the game, and it just came back to bite them in the butt.
Right now, a bit of a small pause being put on the countdown timer for Mythos Lady. At least, you know, when they found the kill on Olaf, some time for them to reset. Still, the structures on top of, or rather, structures on the map are taking a bare brunt of damage still. We saw top tier 2 fall, mid tier 2 did go down earlier as well, and now the final inner structure might just go down unless Mythos Ladies have anything to say about it, which they do.
Yeah, even with the Olaf dead, you can see Winter continuing to turn up the pressure, pressuring both lanes top and bot, and it just makes it so much more difficult for Mythos Lady to find any way of clawing their way back into this game.
Taking stock of the items coming in, no real core item just yet on the side of Noah, only getting the warrior upgrade of the Stalkers. So that's, you know, the best case scenario for her right now. Meanwhile, we're still looking for the Zhonya's Hourglass on the Morgana, as well as the makings of a Zhonya's Hourglass on the Orianna, which is very much important because there is no way for them to deflect the Olaf. So best case scenario, buy some time with the immunity and the stasis coming through.
Worst case scenario, have no vision in your own jungle and
lose Baron?
And lose Baron, yep.
They're walking up though, Zodic, with the vision on the brush behind the red buff will be able to creep in. But it might just be a situation where it's too little too late. Down to 4,000, 3,000 already. Very low. Smite is available. Paranoia is up, but can he get inside the pit to steal? It will be able to steal away the Baron buff. So now they prolong their life in this game. A great knockup though coming in. They might be able to turn this fight. A lot of damage down, but Caitlyn not really in range to do damage required. She's walking in on top of Vladimir, and that is going to be all she wrote for the Caitlyn as well as the Ornn. They steal the Baron, but at what cost? Because they get aced, and the only person left alive is the Orianna.
I honestly think that this Orianna was AFK or something. She was just standing in base for a few seconds. And even so, that was, I think, one of the best things that could have happened for Mythos Lady. You know, you go in and you steal the Baron. Sure, maybe you don't find yourself an advantage, but like you said earlier,
you deny the advantage.
You deny the advantage. You put a pause in that timer for the lose condition.
Right now, though, lose condition might still be in effect because they found the ace. The respawn timers are like 30 minutes-ish. There's still the issue of walking in and closing the game out. Whether the Orianna can defend is a whole other problem, right?
Yeah, I don't think the Orianna's going to be able to do too much. 2-5 and 2, you don't really have the damage. Sure, you have Baron.
She can escort the minions up. Maybe that's like ideal, but still.
Sure, health bars are looking a little low for the side of Winter, but they won't take the game here. They'll take an inhibitor and they're just going to back off. That's a smart move.
That's the smart move. At least you still have Baron buff for Orianna, so you know you put a small pause on the countdown clock. Don't overextend though, because if you walk out a bit too far, you still get chunked out. Right now, inner structure on the bottom half of the map is going to be the focus coming in for Winter. Like we said, the last inner structure actually.
Yeah, you think a little retroactively if, you know, the Nocturne just went in and they didn't engage that fight afterwards, maybe they could have found themselves a better advantage, a better spot to be combating the rest of Winter in. But unfortunately, that's not how the cards fell. They're going to reset. Now Winter have a significant item advantage, and you do have to think that if they force a fight, they're just going to win it and take the game.
All eyes on the Vladimir in these fights. Although we've been talking a lot about Olaf 10, 2, and 4, you know, super alpha just running in. This is the the nightmare for most AD carry players because Vladimir has hit that three item point where just she jumps into the backline or he jumps into the backline and just eviscerates you because of the full combo of the Hemoplague as well as the E and Q, right? So most people only dream of getting to this point, but right now because it's so accelerated in team fights, there's very little you can do to deal with this Vladimir coming in.
You don't even need Vladimir. Oh, okay. Goodbye.
I'm not even gonna cast it. I know it's done.
That's what you get for banning Xin Zhao.
The tilt is real.
Look, all I'm
Smooth
saying
is so tilted.
all I'm saying is that these solo kills should not be going through. And the only reason why they're going through right now is because the Olaf was able to find such a huge advantage early on in the game.
Have you seen, you know, Lemony Snicket's a series of unfortunate events? Like, they all lead up to the final point, right? So it starts with bending Xin Zhao, not banning Olaf. And then losing the top side, the Scuttle Crab control because you overextended. And then from then on, it just kind of snowballed on top of each other to this point right now where there's a massive 9,000 gold advantage, or rather, 9,000 if my math is 8,000 gold advantage in favor of Winter and just looking to close this game out.
Yeah, they're pressuring top and bot right now. They have mid lane open, so those minions should be filling in sometime soon. So all they have to do really right now is just continue keeping up the pressure in all three lanes.
Yeah.
Pushing in, and eventually that base is gonna crack.
I like that, you know, Olaf immediately made the call. Okay, I'm gonna go set mid wave, make sure it's pushing, and then we'll walk over and guess what? We're gonna get Cloud Soul right now because this is the fourth one of Cloud Soul. Auto attacks lower the cooldown on your ultimates if I'm not wrong. So this Vladimir Hemoplague is gonna be up every 20 seconds. Ragnarok is gonna be on permanent availability, right? I don't see how team fights are gonna fare well for Mythos Lady as this Cloud Soul is being taken.
Yeah, just gonna watch it fall. No assistance required. Just gonna take it, no problem. And now we go back to fighting.
Force on top side, on top of the Kled, but charge is available and will be used to get out of this fight. Because they committed so much on the top half, I think there is a window here for the ladies on Winter to at least walk in and siege. Oh, moving in. Shockwave only catching a single Zyra, but a lot of damage down. On top of the backline, we can see this is the late game Vladimir coming in. Still though, the Hemoplague was not enough to find all of the kills, having to flash out and be content with the one pickup on the support for a support.
Yeah, support for support still going in the favor of Winter though. I mean, the Zyra at this point not going to be doing that much damage. Your main carries are online. And at this point, you're forcing Mythos away from their tower. It should just be a free take.
Yeah. I was expecting the Hemoplague to one-shot the backline, but we're not at that point yet, so...
Soon.
Thank goodness for Mythos Lady. Still enough, like you mentioned, to dissuade the defense. Force them away, give you the structure for free. It's going to be able to pick up the buffs on the map and reset here, hopefully.
Yeah, resetting here. They're just going to continue building on their item advantage. Mythos right now, you just have to, you know, hunker down in your base. Continue to farm minions until you're at least even in items with Winter. And honestly, I just don't see that happening.
The good news here for Mythos, though, is that there's very little left on the map to take. Look at the cooldown, or at least the respawn timers. 1 minute on Baron, fine. But Elder Dragon is a 4.5 minute window away.
Yeah.
So you can still concede the Baron, at least, you know, hold in your base if you need to. It's the Elder Dragon that really loses you the game. So right now there is still some breathing room for them, even though they're slowly getting choked out.
I don't see a world where they win if they give away the Baron though. I think once you get the Baron on Winter, it's just game over because honestly, even if you don't die in the ensuing fight, you don't have enough wave clear to deal with all those minions streaming into your base. So this Baron, I think, is just crucial in how the rest of the game plays out.
Okay, we'll have to see if the sentiment is reflected similarly on the side of Mythos Lady. Remember that in the previous Baron take, they actually had a very good chance at not only stealing, but turning the fight around with the Call of the Forge God. So if they can do the same thing, it might just be a recipe for success. But right now, attention focus on top lane. The Ornn now having to charge away. A lot of damage actually on top of the tank now. Lily White, I don't think she's getting out of this one, so no Call of the Forge God available for the next fight. Dark Binding will land on Aphelios Velasquez. Actually, no issue whatsoever. In fact, stacking crit items to get to that point where every auto attack is going to be critical.
Yeah, and there's just a 4v5 for the remainder of the next 30 seconds, so Baron is up. You would think that there's no way they contest this, especially with the Vladimir and Kled pressuring their bottom two lanes, so...
Oh man, look at the Chakram damage. My goodness, it's just melting the health bar of the Baron, and this is a classic late game Aphelios build. Sure, you give up the Kled here. Gladly, in fact, you sacrifice the top laner because your team has now gotten the Baron buff.
Okay.
Hello?
Okay.
Hello?
Okay.
Hello?
Woo! That's the way, boys. And you give up mid inhibitor. It's just
Alright.
okay. Well, they're rotating back, but the structure is
I don't think you want
gone,
this, oh
so
buddy. Oh buddy.
we're at that point, boys.
Yeah, we're at that point. Hemo played full combo, one shots the ADC. Still has the Zhonya's Hourglass though, so we'll buy some space. Teleport coming in as well from Kled.
They
Call
gotta
of the
get
Forge
out.
God being used. Will be able to knock up the Vladimir, but might not be able to find the kill in the end. The sustain is more than enough to keep the Vladimir alive. They clean up the backline. Orianna, Morgana all dying, and next to fall might just be the Ornn here as Stranglethorns is being used.
Just Vladimir things.
Just late game Vladimir things. Ladies and gentlemen, Mythos Lady unfortunately not having the best time this qualifiers. We'll hope to see them the next one, but at least Winter advanced forward in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I like that they were able to go in. They were very decisive in going in fact, and honestly, they just have to temper their aggression a little bit more in the early game.
I like that, you know, after the first game for today, Winter was like, okay, we lost to the Olaf multiple threat composition, right? So this is something we can try to incorporate into our own style. Although it wasn't perfect, I have to admit, you know, a lot of it was off the back of Olaf snowballing. So if the junglers are, you know, more evenly matched in a sense, it might be better. I think this team at least shows some semblance of fight in them for them to progress into the upper bracket, into the finals. Not completely impossible.
Yeah. I'm not gonna meme it. I honestly think if you're gonna pick Nocturne, Olaf should not be going through.
Yeah. Not the Sinjobin that you're looking for. So guys, with that we will be going for a short break. When we come back though, we will be looking at the next set of matches. I'm very excited actually to find out how the Lannister as well as Close Mind Esports match did go.
Absolutely.
So when we get the results, we will update you. But for now guys, we'll be going for a break. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. guys, welcome back. We are in our third game for today. It's going to be the upper bracket finals, and this ostensibly what that means is the winner of this is going to proceed on to the actual finals, where they'll play a best of three. The winner will be the representative for Thailand in the FSL Elite later on in March. Also, keep it all kind of free. It's going to be on the, if I'm not wrong, 7th, 8th, or 9th, 7th to 8th of March.
Okay.
It's going to be a big event once more, our third time running FSL Elite. It's going to be multiple titles at this huge event. I think currently we're not sure of the venue. I think it's Comex is the current venue. So it's going to be an amazing event. Do pop by if you guys are in Singapore. And of course, all these teams, all these regions are playing for a chance to fly down and play in the FSL Elite later on in March. But for now, we are going to load into our third game for today in the winner bracket finals, or upper bracket finals. Surprise, surprise, Aphelios has made it through once more.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see the Leona event.
Okay.
So we're not going to see that counter coming in.
Cool.
But on the other side, we do see the Misfortune and the Jarvan, two very strong champions in the current meta.
Yeah, I love that they already drafted this like AoE control. This is a lot of space being denied when you have Jarvan and Misfortune because of the combination of the ultimates. Cataclysm as well as bullet time is very dangerous, it's tough to deal with. Throw on maybe a Rumble, throw on maybe support that can help, control the area even more, something like a Braum. Might make things more dicey, but on the opposite side right now for Lannisters on blue, it's going to be Kayn locked in for Spubby. No surprise, by the way, guys.
Yeah.
This is the same Spubby that was on top 10 dinos the previous split, or the previous FSL Elite. She's now swapped over. She's playing for Lannisters this time because I think word in the grapevine is that top 10 dinos are not going to be participating in FSL Elite this year or FSL Singapore qualifiers. So Spubby has moved on to greener pastures.
Yeah, and the two champions that I remember the best when I associate the name Spubby is, Kayn and Poppy.
Oh yeah.
And we do see the Kayn coming out, so hopefully we don't see too much rust. Hopefully we see the same level of Kayn amazingness that we saw in the
She's
previous
extremely comfortable in this champion. I'll give it to her. It's one of her pocket picks, and we were talking about the area control. We see the Braum being picked up already. So far predictions on point with what this team lineup is trying to do with the composition. Mordekaiser banned out, Fiora banned out. There are still some options available in terms of tier 1 picks, as it were. A lot of people favoring the Akali nowadays. Diana is also another interesting pick that we see a lot. Would fit into the theme of this wombo combo area control composition on the WoW side, the red side.
Yep, at this point we do see a lot of top lane bans. So, none of them are really hitting the mark of the champions that you just listed.
That's true.
Renekton is not... I don't think Renekton is very strong right now, but...
It's one of those niche sort of picks in the top lane where you really want a heavy split pusher, but you also want a bruiser, right? You don't want to pick something that only excels at split pushing. Yep. So in that sense, it's very niche, but it's also one of those things that I think you kind of target ban out. Orianna being hovered over here, and once again, the idea of wombo combo area control, very true again for this Orianna. You throw the command attack out, the ball is a space that everyone has to respect around it, right? Because if they walk into this zone of control, boom, shockwave catches them, you win the fight.
Yeah, and don't forget, it has the Jarvan jungle, so this just enables the Orianna ultimate so much harder than, anything else.
Ooh, Ahri here, the classic counter pick to the Orianna in the mid lane. This is actually a pretty tricky matchup, and immediately, boom, you see, she picked up a cleanse. Because I was harping about this a lot in the past FSL qualifiers. I think it was I was like, if you're playing against Ahri, you need the cleanse, because if you don't respect the charm, you are gonna go 0-2 in lane before level 6, right? Especially when you have aggressive junglers like Kayn, who can, for all intents and purposes, come through with different pathing routes, right? Not necessarily that she has to just walk in through the river. She can always sneak from the back of the Raptor camp, across walls. So the Umbo Trespass, very dangerous, which is why you need additional levels of security. And
don't forget, this is Kirsty's Ahri. If you recall that, I believe Kirsty and Spubby used to be on the same team, right?
No, Kirsty used to be on Lannisters the whole way, but Spubby was on top 10 dinos, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. They did play against each other, though.
Yeah, they did, I think.
In the FSL Elite, because it was the same FSL Elite where Box Gaming came in first, the Vietnamese representatives. Second was top 10 dinos in a best of 3. Of course, they didn't make it that far. And then third was Lannisters, which top 10 dinos closely beat out for the final spot. So there's some residual, feelings there. I feel like there's some past history as well.
Yeah, the point is that, Kirsty's Ahri is actually pretty good. I think we remember, the previous FSL just completely stomped out the competition. But other than that, if you take a look at the compositions across the board, I think we do see a bit more of a well-rounded list of champions coming in from the WoW side. I mean, we see more tankiness, but we also see the ability to do damage,
Yeah.
both in the early stages and the late stages of the game. Meanwhile, on the side of Lannister, I think you do have to snowball a little bit harder in order to cut down the extra health bars that WoW will be bringing to the table.
Yeah, the top lane is kind of a tough one for Irelia because you generally play Irelia into the squishies that you can duel out, but against Sion, it's what happens when Unstoppable Force meets an unmovable object, right? It's nothing's really gonna happen. You can't really find kills unless barring a huge misplay, which I don't expect at this level of competition. That being said, you're completely right. I think if I was Bobby in this case, I tend to put my attention on the mid and bot lane because if you can free up Kirsty after getting her slightly ahead, it allows unfiltered access to bot lane to snowball and force ganks. Last minute though, Orianna did swap out to teleport. This might also be an indication that she might be going for Summoner Spellbook, so also the option to take Cleanse there. I wouldn't be surprised if she does. Orianna is one of those weird champions where there's no perfect keystone for her, so you can go for multiple things, right? We do see Electrocute sometimes and command, Summoner Eerie as well. Yeah, so Spellbook is also another option that most people do take.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, shoot, I forgot what I was going to say. But basically, I was going to build on to your point in the junglers that I think focusing into the mid and bot side are the better ideas, especially because, again, with the jungle changes and, Dragon being so highly prioritized. Top lane, you're just going to let them whack each other for a while, and hopefully Aurelia doesn't, lose the lane to Sion.
I feel like this lane is kind of neutral. If Sion does not fall behind for any reason, right? Tends to scale pretty well when it approaches team fights because your ability to force with the Unstoppable Onslaught. That being said, Kayn as a champion is very much into the concept of skirmishing to build up stacks, right? And you look at the overall lineup, there are 3 melee champions, 2 range champions. Balance of probability, you're going to go for the Ras upgrade, which gives you additional skirmishing power in team fights and knockups as well. So I think the composition being built around, or at least has the Kayn in mind when they were drafting. They understood, okay, if Kayn goes for the Ras form, we have 2 semi-tanks in the front line in the form of Kayn and Nautilus, can play around that and have a triple threat composition from Ahri, Aurelia, and Aphelios.
And keep in mind, the meta has shifted since the last time we visited FSL. No more Sejuani, no more tanky junglers.
100%.
So now we do see, like you said, these sort of skirmish champions being picked up in a higher priority capacity.
Yeah.
And I think Kayn is just, one of the best examples of those sorts of champions. So just, this is the meta that Bubby should be able to shine in.
Yeah, I love that you brought up that point because it's also why tank junglers have sort of gone the way of the dinosaurs right now. Yes, jungle camps respawn quicker, but they don't give as much EXP. So if you're not ganking, if you're not making things happen on the map, and you're farming 24/7 consistently, you are gonna fall behind for sure compared to the laners. And when you are skirmishing, like with champions like Kayn, with champions like Jarvan, Lee Sin, these are all the high prio champions, even Kha'Zix to a certain extent. You get things activated on the map, you control the objectives from then on, and then it trickles down, the gold and EXP trickles down to you. As opposed to AFK farming in the jungle like a Master Yi, you never see that anymore. You never see a Nocturne, I mean we do, but to less effect, the power of power farming is not there anymore.
Yeah, as an Elise main, I'm pretty happy with the changes, but that's something I actually want to bring up. We haven't seen Elise much. We've seen one ban.
Yeah.
And the thing is, she is actually the highest win rate jungler right now, so I'm actually surprised we're not seeing that pick more.
But as a region, I think Thailand hasn't displayed much of Elise favorite gameplay or draft, to be honest. Every time I see Elise, it tends to be in the SGMYID server.
Fair.
Right? So it's also the idea of regional preferences. Like, for example, when you watch the FSL Vietnam qualifiers, bot laners play scaling champions all the time. They play like Varus, they play Jinx. We have not seen a single scaling champion in this game, apart from Aphelios, who most argue, if you get a hit, he's not a scaling champion anymore,
I mean, at this point, I think if you want to talk about the bot lane a little bit, I think, Miss Fortune should have a bit of an advantage earlier on.
Yeah.
Should be able to, if she does get a hit, rather, in the early game, I think it's going to be quite difficult for an Aphelios Nautilus to deal with.
The problem is Aphelios is kind of immobile. What am I saying kind of? He is immobile.
Yeah.
No flash, can't get out, right? So when Jarvan does come down to bot lane to force ganks, which I do expect a lot, they can actually proc the winner's bite very quickly from Rom. The passive just goes like that, right? So you have to respect the spacing if you're Aphelios. You have to understand what the timings to back off. And if you are not comfortable with, jungle timings in this patch, in Season 10, you don't understand what times to move up and back off, you will be punished.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? You have to definitely rely on the Jarvan going in and landing those skill shots in order to, lock down the Aphelios. Braum by himself is not going to really do
Oh,
that.
yeah, for
It's
sure.
not a Leona. Leona got
Yeah.
banned. So this Misfortune Braum lane, I think, will have to come down, like you said, to the
Yeah.
Jarvan gank.
This isn't Braum is like when you decide to not all in aggression and you just want to focus on a bit more defensive priorities as well. So because of the Unbreakable, the ability to sort of keep Misfortune alive and safe when she's channeling bullet time, it's a great pick. The aggressive all-in style of Leona, of Nautilus that you can see on the side of Lannisters, that kind of aggression has to be tempered with information as well.
Absolutely. And aggression is, good. Definitely a good
Yeah.
thing. But if your Aphelios is not hit, if
Mhm.
your team is not hit, then
Oh,
aggression
yeah.
is just going to get you killed.
Like the first game we saw the super sad Aphelios. One
Yeah.
BF sword, 3 Doran's blades, and a QSS. You're just like, well,
What am I going to do here?
I'm not gonna do any damage in team fights. Best
Yep.
case scenario, I pick up a kill and I run away, right? It's not those highlight plays where you pop Moonlight Vigil with your Inferno and like everyone just dies, Don't see it anymore.
But good news, Aphelios is on Lannister's side now, just knocked out close behind esports, I believe.
Yeah.
Which means
the
they
lower
are
bracket, yeah.
de facto favorites.
Hmm.
So, hopefully we do see a good showing from the Aphelios. Hopefully we don't see them falling down this
Yeah.
time.
With the composition that they have, and like we said, if you get mid prio with the Ari, allow her to get to the point where she can actually impact the map because she has the lead. Just go bot lane 24/7.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if Jarvan comes down. Orianna is definitely going to be walking down, and the teleporting Scion is the least of your worries.
Yep.
If you guys can 3-man, 4-man bot lane, Aphelios is going to be a very happy AD carry.
Yeah, absolutely. Then my question lies with the top lane because, like you said, if the Scion, he just goes even
Yeah.
in the lane, he's gonna be the one coming out on top basically. So this Irelia, I'm not sure about the pick. It was a blind pick,
It was.
obviously. So does get a bit of counter picked right now, but we do have to still see whether or not she's gonna be able to make something happen.
It's a very sad feeling when you play Irelia into tanks
Yeah.
because you're like, if I am this much better than my opponent, maybe I can find a solo kill. But if there isn't that big skill gap, you more or less are resigned to the fact that you're just farming a lane. Farming a lane, hoping you don't get ganked when you overextend, that's all.
And that's the thing with Irelia, you farm pretty well, you push pretty quickly, and that does make you pretty susceptible to ganks.
Yeah, people tend to buy first item Tiamat, push,
Yep.
end up getting ganked. So once again, it's the idea of understanding what the jungle timings are. And because of that, we see a lot of teams actually going for early wards, early aggressive vision, and then, backing off to control and play with that information. The default for junglers nowadays is actually to go in, or even supports. Go in, put a ward down, base, and then swap to a sweeper. Because by the time you go for your second base after you lane, the sweeper comes, the trinket, the warden trinket comes back off cooldown with 2 trinkets. So it's about min-maxing the efficiency of your trinkets.
Absolutely. We do see some pings coming down at the bot side. I'm not sure if they're trying to go for an invade. Doesn't look like it though. It's a bit of a defensive spread again. I think they're actually just pinging to go in for a ward, actually.
Yeah, they need to get some vision. Okay,
Yeah.
so early ward down. This actually doesn't,
Yeah.
contrary to popular belief, that ward is useless.
Yeah.
It does not give you any information on where the jungler is.
Yeah, if you want a ward, you should put it next to the Raptor so that you can see when the jungler comes through. But if you put a ward there, I mean, it shows you maybe if
Yeah.
the jungler tries to go for an invade, but if you put it this early, it's not going to do much.
Yep. So this ward, like the observer is kindly showing us, it gives you no information of where Kayn is going to path, because this only shows entrance into the river, right?
Yeah.
What you're saying is, and I 100% agree, put it closer to the Raptor. If she cuts out across that way, you have information, oh, Kayn's going to top side. How many camps has she cleared based on her CS?
Okay, that was spooky for a second. But one thing that did happen was I think Jarvan, prior to backing and getting that sweep, did actually show himself as he put down the ward.
Yep.
So one could wager that perhaps Lannister believe that Jarvan's starting towards the blue side.
Yeah, but then the moment Misfortune and Braum show right now in lane, you
That's
can
fair.
make the guess that, oh well, he's starting top side, Sion's late to lane as well, so the math works out that Jarvan is top half.
Yeah, my bad. I saw them hanging back earlier. I thought they were gonna.
That's what a good
Pretend.
teammate would do. You'd be like,
Yeah.
yeah, this is the smart move. Kayn starting on the Raptor cam is pretty much expected. Is one of the few junglers actually can do Raptors perfectly here. And the ward is not going to give any information over, so this is tricky. Level 2 gank though might come in here from the Jarvan in the mid lane. Flag and drag is available, is in range, will be flashed away from. So Kirsty, proactive safety is the call of the day.
Yeah, that's just very unfortunate having to spend that flash early for basically nothing in return. Definitely just signals to the Jarvan that, hey, you can come in for an earlier gank. Towards the top side though, we did see the Sion actually getting pushed back super early. He had to spend flash too.
Yeah,
And now
so
he's gonna have to spend TP too.
having to teleport back because this is a big wave. I think
Yeah.
this is a full wave. Yeah, so you have to go back in time to catch this. Otherwise, you don't get level 2.
Yeah, looking pretty good right now for Antony. Just, I think, gonna reset as well. Not even going to expend her own teleport. By the time you get back to lane, should be able to pick up the next wave.
So we were saying about, or at least talking or alluding to the idea of how this matchup goes the way of Sion as long as there isn't a big skill gap. But because early on, getting punished already by arriving late to lane and Irelia going aggressive, this could actually change or affect the outcome of this lane.
Yeah, but it's still even for now. The fact that, you know, Sion being pushed in is going to allow Jarvan to come up for a gank, maybe leverage, you know, that disadvantage into an advantage later on. But for now, we do see Jarvan trying to path towards bot side, I believe.
Jarvan now already picking up double buffs together with the early boots pickup. This is interesting and very aggressive. So go for early boots as well as double control ward. Not even opting to get the stalkers or the challenging smite skirmishes rather, right? So this is kind of aggressive. Signals to us that she's playing for a team as opposed to playing for herself. Just wants to control the vision to make things happen on the bot half.
Yeah, make things happen on bot half indeed. I'm going to say that, you know, possibly ganking the bot lane could have been a good idea, except I didn't see that ward, so backing off, just gonna go back for a bit of farming. Not exactly what you want on a bit of an early game jungler, but, you know, what can you do, right?
The thought process right now, though, if you are a jungler, you're doing your wolf camp. The next, oh, hold on, top coming in for the gank is going to be Spubby, landing the stun already at Nino, looking to make the play, but a big wave is actually knocking down on top of them, and not sure if they can convert this just yet. Knock up on top of the relay was channeled perfectly to buffer the duration, and now they're playing hokey pokey around this area, using the Soul Furnace to add a shield on top of that. Spubby actually unable to really come in for anything, but eventually it's going to be picked up. Spubby walked in, walked out, and walked back in again. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Christy, without the flash, should die here. Pelikaton actually having to use her own flash, so not the best gank in the mid lane. I feel like at the end of it, it was Lannister's topside gank that was more impactful.
The good news for the Sion is that she was able to, you know, survive slightly longer than, you know, what you would expect, which allowed, you know, which forced Bubby to go back towards the top side.
Right.
Which then allowed for the Jarvan to go in for that mid lane gank and pick up the kill onto the Ahri.
Right.
So the fact that she was able to survive for that long really paid dividends to, you know, the success of the gank in the mid lane.
Oh, double up, dealing a bit of damage on top of the Nautilus, but overall, CS-wise, because of the early range advantage of Calibrium, the sniper, Aphelios actually pulling away with a small CS lead. It's not to say it is negligible, it's 10 CS, which comes out to about 200 to 300 gold. We'll see if Jarvan can come down to this bot lane to impact it, because we were saying how Aphelios as a very immobile champion can be punished quite heavily, whereas the Misfortune Braum lane has some sort of a buffering between the stuns as well as the stand behind me. So if I was a betting man, I'll put money on the Jarvan coming down to help them out.
Yeah, either way they're just gonna have to come down. I mean, Kayn is already down here and the dragon has spawned, but actually it looks like he's going towards that top side, pick up that red buff when it does spawn. Which
Given
is
the timer is actually a bit of so there's a mispath coming in. It's actually a really bad mispath coming in, because right now you can see on your mini map, this is bad play. Completely empty and devoid of camps, no Scuttle Crab either, because that information is available to us. Oh, hold on, a bit of damage on the bot side. But essentially there's nothing you can do on the top half. All you're doing is just walking around waiting, right? Your smart move would have been to walk bot side, either get early access to the Scuttle Crab, make the gank happen with and force a flash, or sneak the dragon away.
Yeah, it's fortunate for the Kayn that she actually, you know, actually fortunate for Jarvan actually that Kayn hadn't backed early and reset, because now she had to reset and instead not, how am I saying this? And instead not take the dragon when Jarvan showed topside.
Oh, using a Spirit Rush, leaping forward. The charm is available though, I think. There's a very early Ignite being put down on top of the Orianna, so Kirsty now playing aggressive, but not really in the space to convert. You can see, like I said, charm was available, so she was a bit hesitant there, to say the least.
Yep, okay, Jarvan's back bot side. He might pick this up. So that if she is able to gain some vision advantage down here, that would be better for...
Oh, charmed it. The command shockwave though, great flash away from Christie to get her out of danger, but they did force that once more. So it was a flash for flash, and once again, the mid lane ganks are actually costing them a lot more to make them happen.
Yeah, that was a overzealous gank. For sure. I mean, that was just, forcing it a little too much, and the fact that Jarvan did show mid allows Bobby to invade and take away that red buff that she was looking to just a minute before.
And credit where credit is due, Bobby is not misplaying this matchup. She's just reading, oh, well, Jarvan forced the game in the mid lane. This should mean that top side is empty because, judging off the respawn timers, there is a window. All she's doing is just taking advantage of the misplays, and the Jarvan herself, like I was calling out earlier, is not having the best path this game.
Yeah, Jarvan pathing is definitely a bit questionable. That bot side, I think the tempo for both teams right now is a bit weird because right now, Rift Herald is going to spawn, and ideally you want the dragon before the first Rift Herald spawn. And now if both objectives are on the map, they can just trade one for the other.
Yeah. The question is, I think we have to assess who comes out better by getting what, right? So looking at Cloud Dragon, it is, for those of you unaware, just a refresher, Cloud Dragon now gives a cooldown reduction, increased cooldown reduction on your ultimate. Looking at the lineup, I would wager actually that it will be more profitable for the side of WoW on red to get the Cloud Dragon because this composition is a bit more wombo combo. They want ultimates as available as possible.
Yeah, and I agree. And if you're Lannister, I think going for the Rift Herald is actually also not that bad because honestly, if you're this high damage profile team, you want to take down turrets quickly.
And not just take down turrets, but open up the map as well, because you have an Ahri, you have a Kayn, and these are these slippery champions that can make use of Fog of War to capitalize on people face checking and trying to put vision down and catching them unaware. So maybe the Rift Herald to open up mid or top might be the best option in this case for Lannisters here.
Very interestingly enough though, I think both junglers right now are just a bit timid. Neither of them really want to go for that dragon. I think the game state is pretty stable right now. Neither of them really want to mix it up all that much. So I think we are waiting for something, a possible fight even. Not even around Dragon Pit for something to happen.
I think the pace is going to up when level 6 is hit. And right now, Christie is going to be walking in here. Actually, a great Orb of Deception to chunk out Polycaton. But like I said, the trigger might be pulled at level 6 because Depth Charge is available and so is Glacial Fidget, right? So both teams now kind of eyeballing the bot lane a bit. They're like, this looks a bit tasty. We could fight here. But it's more or less just to cover each other. It's whoever pulls the trigger first is going to get punished.
We're looking towards a very huge wombo combo in this bot side, like you said. Keep in mind, both top laners have full summoners, so if something happens towards this bot side and there are minions or wards in the bushes, something big is definitely gonna go down.
Have to respect the TP ability of both the Irelia and the Sion. Like I said, neither of them are slouches when it comes to arriving and dealing immediate impact. Vanguard's Edge, Unstoppable Onslaught, both great CC skills when you join in with a teleport. Now this brush here in the river is warded.
She's been standing for about a minute.
She is, okay, I'm not gonna hard flame anyone, but her pathing and the way she's been timing her ganks has been very inefficient. That's the honest truth. Inefficiency. You could have walked up, taken the dragon half a minute ago, but decided not to. Instead, now you will be revealed because both your bot laners are walking over to the dragon.
Yeah, this is a trade taking place, right? No, I thought Kayn was taking a Rift Herald, my bad. So this is not going to be a trade, just going to take the dragon for free, and Kayn's actually just going to try to path towards top side, pick up Grunts, I guess. It's not exactly worth for the side of Lannister, and WoW do get out of this on top.
Spabby coming in for a gank is a bit weird in terms of pacing. Oh, if she got knocked up there, it would have been really, really bad. Thankfully, though, managed to dodge away from the knock-up. Spabby, though, has to do something with her time because now she's the one who's being a bit inefficient. Oh, great Orb of Deception as well as Spirit Rush to get away from the Shockwave. She could go back in once more for the auto attack and might maybe find a kill. But instead, there's going to be a flash coming out from the Jarvan as well to top up the damage. Here comes Spabby, though. Has the flash, has the smite going in. Oh, Umber Trespass as well. That's the kill for the jungler of Lannisters.
Yeah, carry on.
A lot of damage on the top side. Conquer already procced on the Irelia, but under the turret's range means that Sion should be safe to farm up. They get some extra time alone here on the turret plates in the mid lane, so if they can find one or two, that would be really good.
Yeah, we do some very interesting ganks coming in from both sides.
Emphasis on the int.
Yeah, okay. But at the end of the day, Bobby does come out on top, I think, just because, more experience on the champion. Picks up the kill on the Jarvan. Jarvan goes down. Not much to see there. just have to, you know, step it up, I guess.
Now, because we saw early in this lane, the Scion was punished quite heavily at level 1 and level 2. Although she's more or less keeping even, hasn't really gone down all too much. Falling way behind in CS. She's 40 behind right now, and Irella's gonna start to snowball soon as well. They're looking to make something happen on the top side. They want the stacks for Kayn, the skirmishing ability. Oh, Vanguard's edge not hitting though. This is going to be a mistake. Here comes Javelin for the counter gang. A good knock-up, unstoppable onslaught unlocks up 2, and the Cataclysm not available though. Can they turn this one around? I highly doubt so. And having to run away, and that was great layering of CC. Unstoppable onslaught into the flag and drag means that these two skirmishers are going to be up in the air for days.
I mean, what can I say? Interesting. I mean, your Irelia is pushing up so far. The Scion is basically under turret. What are you doing trying to go in when you see the Jarvan coming up already?
Depth charge on top of Misfortune. A lot of damage down already. The Aphelios actually Ignite taking down on top of the Misfortune. Calibrium available, but not enough range to finish off the kills. If he lands a Q though, it might change, but as of now, both the Nautilus as well as Aphelios are content pushing the wave out and eating a bit of poke.
Trade-off flashes in the mid lane. I think they were trying to go for a skirmish there. And, oh boy, this is a little...
Kirsty,
what are you doing?
Oh, great charm out of the flag and drag though. Remember, there was a change a couple of patches ago. If you charm someone during a dash, they're knocked out immediately. Right now, level 7 on Spubby, she's already gotten the Rast Evolve.
Just a little too late.
Yeah. We'll be able to clear out this ward though and force a teleport from the Orianna back into mid lane.
Yeah, Orianna teleport not going to do that much anyway, so just spamming it to get back to lane. And,
going in for the trade.
It's just a wet
Yeah, it is.
Ah well, gang.
Spubby coming in. Remember, there is still flash available on the Braum. The knock-up into a chain. Umbo Trespass on top of the tank. But not enough damage to finish off the kill. Remember, Aphelios Moonlight Vigil with Calibrium is kind of a meh ultimate. You really want the Flamethrower out, otherwise you're not really going to be able to do much damage.
Yo, these Kayn gangs are actually starting a few of Little Too Force. I mean, what is this?
Channeling bullet time under turret, 3 members there. Not sure if that was the best idea.
Okay, I'm not sure what happened there. I mean, if...
Interesting play.
I would assume that the Misfortune would have that information that 3 members were in front of your turret and you were alone because the Braum was nowhere near. So I think standing there channeling bullet time actually just sealed her fate. She just ran away. Yeah.
Smart play would have been to back off. You on the mid lane. Great dodge away from the shockwave, and that's a solo kill from Kirsty. Like we were saying, is Ari, despite getting focused down by the Jarvan consistently, actually finds a solo kill.
Yeah, well, honestly, there's action going across the map right now. It's very difficult to keep track of all of it. Basically, yeah, Lance just coming out on top. Just
skill checking.
Chaos,
yeah, skill checking people. That's all it is. Next dragon to spawn in a couple of seconds is going to be Inferno. I say a couple of seconds, slightly under a minute.
And both teams are actually already beginning to set up for it. Infernal definitely looking like it's going to be a bit more prioritized by both teams here.
Now the curious thing is after this, whether the string of dragons following will be Ocean or Mountain. Ideally, you do want Ocean if you are the composition of Lannisters, because the ability to dip in and out of fights through skirmishing on Irelia and Kayn, as well as Ahri, very valuable. The heals will be pretty good as well. Whereas because you have a scaling Scion as a tank, as well as a Jarvan that's built Cinderhawk, you do want more stats. Oh, Charm on top of the Orianna. No Spirit Rush available though, so she's in a precarious position. Now finally coming off cooldown, able to get across the wall. She might be able to play this one out if the Charm lands, but no. Unable to connect with that, but going back in once more. We'll see the Braum here, so caution is advised.
They covered this lane quite a bit on the side of WoW. I mean, the moment you saw the Ahri go in, Braum was already popping up. That's a little... Whew, that could have been a lot worse.
If I'm not wrong, you could actually hook him out of the flag and drag, so that is one of those weird interactions you have to respect. But because they made the play on the Orianna in the mid lane, this is a Inferno Dragon that will be their reward.
Yeah, even though the Braum was the first to pop up, it is Lannisters that pick up the priority over the mid lane, which allows them to take that free dragon, and it's gonna be Ocean.
Yep, Ocean is great. Ocean is fantastic if you are Lannisters, because the heal on both your health as well as mana allows you to fish for plays so often. You can dip in, chunk them out a little bit, walk out, and be completely fine.
Yeah, at this point, we're going to focus in on a bit. We're going to focus in a little bit on the mid lane. I cannot speak today. As we do need to see this map beginning to open up for both these teams if they want to start making stuff happen.
Smite on top of the Scion, a great knockup as well. Spubby is first to fight. A flash being blocked as well, and here comes the Vanguard's edge. Whether they can finish this kill off remains to be seen though, falling very low already, and there you go, Spubby will get the kill credit. 3-1 and 1. A great flash forward earns them the kill, stopping the unstoppable onslaught.
It is a little bit much though. I mean, you did see how long it took for that Scion to die. He's beginning to get, you know, tanky enough to the point you're able to sustain against two, you know, opponents. And the later we go in this game, the worse it's just gonna get for this Aurelia.
Oh, Spubby with the knockup as well. The Charm, great layering of CC and the Ignite as well. Meanwhile, bot lane, Glacial Fissure used the depth charge on top of the Misfortune. Bullet time greatly, rather dodged away from. But still the damage being thrown across, and this should be a couple of kills picked up in favor of WoW. Despite the bullet time completely whiffing, they still managed to find the kills. And should be going the way of the Jarvan here.
Yeah, that was a little over-aggressive coming from the Aphelios and the Noctilus. I mean, you shouldn't stay around when you're that low, especially on an immobile AD carry like the Aphelios. So
yeah,
just dying twice to the enemy MF is not going to feel good. Especially when you were, you know, a little bit ahead before that play.
So now they lose a couple of boons in the bot half. The structure's still up though. Plays being made on the top side. Annie as well as Spubby are sort of activating a buddy system here.
Yeah, the crucial thing is that mid tower and top tower are gone for WoW, which gives Lannister full reign over the top side of this river.
Yeah, like this quadrant of the jungle belongs to Lannisters right now, as long as they can get the waves up.
Yeah, and the fact that they do have waves up right now and Aphelios moving to cover mid just gives them this window to take down the first referral of the game.
WoW has to start respecting the line of vision and not check unnecessarily. Taking stock of the items, it looks like Spubby will be moving towards a Black Cleaver here, whereas Trinity Force has already been completed for Adney. Kirsty here already getting the Luna's Echo and the makings of Zhonya's Hourglass. Whereas Aphelios' friend has gotten her own Essence Reaver. Core items actually more or less completed on everyone on the Lannister side, whereas it's only WoW that has finally picked up a couple of their own.
Yeah, and we should be able to see a bit more of fighting going on. Not that we haven't seen much already, but now that the map is open, you're going to see more movements across the map like this.
Yep, walking here.
Yeah, I'm just going to get out. Luckily, the minions were there.
Kited away from pretty well the depth charge, excuse me rather, the Riptide. Not enough slows to finish off and find the CC.
Yep, we do see a bit of vision control going towards that, you know, bot side of the map. We see two control wards already around the mouth of that river. So that does signal to me that WoW is going to start positioning a little bit more aggressively towards that dragon. We do see another ward coming out of the Pixel
So, like you said, a lot of vision on the bot half, because it's the only quadrant that they have some semblance of control over right now. But almost instinctively, the reply comes in from Lannisters here. You put vision down, we're going to send multiple members bot lane and try our best to control the area as well with our manpower.
Yeah, right now Kirsty is looking a little bit overextended though. I'm not sure if they know that the Jarvan is here. It could be a little messy if they...
Oh, landed Charm on top of the Jarvan. The Orianna is very low as well because of Deception did go her way. Ignite on top of the mid lane and a great dodge away once more. Now, they will find 2 kills here. Scion arriving to land a knockup, but Spubby's here as well. Everyone on the side of Lannisters is here, and they will be able to find the kills as well as the turret soon after. I don't think anyone on the side of WoW wants to stick around here. In fact, they will rejoin in to try and find the kills. Bullet time is available. Vanguard's edge on the backline. Bullet time actually shredding everyone right now. They might just find a couple more kills here. Double kill on top for the Misfortune. The Zeke's convergence actually doing a lot of work there.
Okay, Misfortune actually just saved that fight. Honestly, I did not expect the Ahri to be doing that much damage when she came into the backline. Just got all abilities down on the Jarvan and the Orianna. Basically cleaned up the start of that fight, but when the MF and Braum came down to the bot lane, personally I thought, hey, it's over. There's no way they're going to turn this around. And an amazing bullet time coming in from the MF just cleans up the fight and turns it into, you know, a bit more of an evil trade.
Even buys space for this Ocean Dragon take right now because the members of Lannister stuck around a little too long, and They have to now recall to heal up, so this could be snuck away. I say snuck away. There's full information of this being done, but whether Lannisters can really do anything to stop this is a different question. Walking through the wall, trying to find the smite. It's still delayed a little bit, but eventually will be claimed by the Jarvan, and that's going to be Smubby sent over. Thank you for the pickup, and a Cataclysm for another. It's, buy one, get another one for free.
At this point, it's just going wrong for Lannister right now. While able to pick up 2 quick kills after a 1 fight, sure, they're still behind, not significantly in gold. 2k is, you know, okay.
Right.
But if they keep this going, if they are able to continue picking up objectives and kills across the map, this deficit is just going to disappear rapidly.
A good way to start might be to pick up the bot tier 1. The wave coming in with 3 members strong might allow them to do so. Meanwhile, inside the jungle, fighting for vision are the Orianna and Sion. Annie here arriving the bot side though doesn't mean that she can particularly defend this, just showing up to clean the wave soon after.
Take a look at Bubby's inventory. She's not going to be able to get to a lane before that Rift Herald expires. It's just going to be,
oh man,
you got to put it down, and it's just going to be telegraphed across the map to the enemy team.
And this is probably the worst lane to put it down. I mean, most lanes are pretty tough, especially when you've taken all outers, but because of the positioning, the members of WoW right now on the red side can just get in place to defend it, and you can see they're grouping up, they're walking mid, they're like, okay, we got to hold off this Rift Herald.
Yeah, and the fact that it was forced to be put down early just allows them to engage this defense before. That's actually a lot of damage.
Yeah, but still, does not grant them the structure which you normally would expect with a Rift Herald.
Yeah, if the Rift Herald came down slightly later, like slightly further down that lane, that turret would be gone. So it's just very unfortunate coming from the side of Lannister.
Recalls being channeled, it's Christie that did go back to base. Meanwhile, on the bot half, Annie's just pushing together with this wave. There's no vision of the Ariel on the bot half. They're spamming pings. They have no full concept of where she is. So caution is being exercised right now.
It's basically a 1-4 right now, except that, you know, Lannister isn't defending the turret all that much. Honestly, I think if they go in for a fight right now, if either of these teams go in for a fight right now, it's actually quite even.
Yeah.
So it will have to come down to micro, I think.
Yeah, in terms of a massive team fight, like you said, the stats aren't that far away that they can just straight up stat check each other. So it will be a bit more in terms of the micro as well as the skill management, how they play these fights out. Pings on the map, everyone on the side of WoW is centered in the mid lane, but it's going to be the Orianna that devotes some time to the top half.
Taking a step back from what they're doing though, I think it's really commendable how they've set up the vision around that Baron. Like you can see, both teams are actively trying to set up vision around the big purple worm.
Yeah.
And honestly, when you don't see, you know, a sheer advantage for just one team in terms of vision around that objective, it's always something you have to take a look out for.
Sion has got to the point where the armor as well as the tab eyes are starting to do work. You could see Annie does little to no damage against the Sion. Sure, she can clear the waves, but it's just going to be ping pong back and forth, right? Oh, root being landed, a Glacial Fissure on top of the Aphelios as well as the Flag and Drag in. Cataclysm already used at the Death Charge as well as the Misfortune Ultimate. That's a pickup already. And overextending inside the jungle. Smubby is here to land them some defense, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. They get the Aphelios, but they lose the Orianna.
They lose the Orianna, but they do allow themselves to push down this mid lane. Nautilus and Kayn not going to be doing that much to defend this objective against 3, so this should be going down along with the Demolish. So
more importantly, the Misfortune is still up alive, so they can look to make a play happen elsewhere on the map as long as they group up together.
Absolutely, they do see the Ahri, so they understand the threat that's coming. Back off in time, Ahri's just left wandering around clearing wards.
I must say that the saving point for this WoW side is really the Misfortune, because her impact in teamfights cannot be understated. She's been churning out so much damage in conjunction with the Jarvan the 4th. So as long as they time the ultimates properly and, you know, Braum is in position to dissuade any sort of aggression, you will be fine in these teamfights. It's about how they position and control the area though, because they drafted the composition with that in mind. Area control, area denial, and playing to these wombo combos.
Alright, in the next minute we will see another dragon spawn, so both neutral objectives are going to be up on the map again. Question is who's going to go for what, but at the moment as it stands we do see vision advantage towards the Baron in favor of Lannister.
Actually pretty decent control because the top quadrant is available to defend with top tier 1 up. So their line of vision, their line of skirmish is much further than their opponents.
Yeah, we can see though that WoW is actually setting up a vision line in that bot side river, so it's just, you know,
The
like
map is split.
the map is absolutely split, and you know, if you trade Baron for Dragon, it's not going to be the best thing in the world, but if you're in this position, it's not going to be the worst either.
I feel like the composition itself, though, takes Baron extremely quickly. I'm talking about the Lannister side because they have the Aphelios. So you really have to respect the time. But that being said, Ocean Dragon is being taken very quickly as well by the side of, wow, smited away by the Jarvan, and now Swabi once more committing way too deep into the pit to try and find a steal. This is the second time she's walked into the pit, got picked off, and unsuccessfully tried to steal the dragon.
This is very questionable because if you take a look at what they were doing on the minimap before that dragon take, both Ahri and Kayn were in that bot lane, I think clearing waves. So when that dragon
They
was
could
being
pull a
set
trigger
up-
here, Shockwave catches two, the bullet time as well just wipes them off the map. You could see that coming from a mile away that the play was going to be made, but sticking around the mid lane was Lannisters, and they'll pay the price. They'll lose too. They'll lose the mid inner as well.
That was absolutely disgusting. That was a great wombo combo coming in from the side of WoW, and honestly, I don't think Lannister expected that, and they do pay the price for not setting up better.
But you have to look at the ultimates right now. Everything's on cooldown, which is why they're not sticking around to find another fight. There's nothing that they can do to turn the tides if they get caught out, so respectfully, they will have to back off, and getting caught out in the river is the Jarvan shutdown, going the way of Adney, and now they're looking for more, because guess what? No ultimates means you guys can't put up a defense.
Yeah, Christy right now overextending once again, but keep in mind she does have a lot of damage and she's gonna find the Orianna.
Oh, Charm, Ignite as well, the Arbor Deception, but actually not enough damage to finish the kill. Now, Christy might be the one that's overextended. She still has the Flash, though. Pops the Zhonya's Hourglass to keep alive, flashes away from the knock-up as well. A great Charm to give her the space to maneuver out. Unstoppable Onslaught, though. Whether he can drift in is not gonna matter because the Silent player does not get in range in time.
Christy's been doing this sort of overextension quite a lot this game, and honestly, this time she is just, you know, very, very lucky to be able to get out alive.
Call it luck, call it skill, but she did manage to get the play down, and she forced a lot out of the WoW side, buying some space for her team. 4-2 and 4 is the mid laner of Lannisters on this Ahri right now, looking to finish off the Morellonomicon.
Yep, and now all the attention turns towards the dragon. The deficit in gold earlier has now been equalized. It's now only about 1k, which honestly doesn't matter all that much. So in these later game fights, it is going to fall down to AD carries, and you know, here's the on 4-2 for Ahri. These are the factors that are really going to decide how team fights go at this stage of the game.
Now you brought up the point of dragon, and because on the next dragon take for WoW, they will get the Ocean Soul, and in 2.5 minutes, that's going to be a big threat.
Yeah.
If you are Lannisters right now, do you focus your attention still on the Baron, or do you know, oh, hold on, Shockwave, backline, Spubby taking a lot of damage, uses the Umber Trespass to get some healing done, will manage to leap away in time, but everyone has more or less whiffed their ultimates right now. I think Lannisters might have a window to go back in here. Here comes the teleport, the backline, Vanguard's Edge not available just yet. Can they clean this one up? Coming to the backline, Adney actually doing a lot of work, and they might be able to find the fight that they want. Adney now going back in, joining her team, Infernum coming up, the Moonlight Vigil doing a lot of damage, and they manage to turn the fight around. They get 3, they lose 2, and now they have the advantage across this Baron.
And the crucial factor in that fight, the crucial moment, was when the MF got hooked by the Nautilus. Aphelios in that fight was basically untouched, allowed to spam damage down. And at this point, they're just going to take this Baron. I don't think there is any chance.
This is a nightmare scenario. Look at the setup.
They're low.
Yeah, they're very low. Swabi might get caught out here. The Smite, though, will keep her alive. Resetting the aggro on the Baron is a good sign. So the teleport being committed by Orianna to buy some space at least denies the Baron take. But the damage has already been done. The gold now in favor of Lannisters with a massive fight. And you could see that at the start of the fight, all their ultimates were disjointed. It wasn't as coordinated as you would have liked it from WoW. And that was what cost them the fight.
Yeah, it all comes down to these smaller moments in the team fights, and honestly, I think they should have done a better job in protecting the MF. She was on the front line for most of that, but I have no idea why she was
such
there.
a fuse bag. If you're MF, you're like, guys, I have so much damage, but no one's peeling for me.
Yeah, they just have to protect the MF. This is what the competition has to do at this point if they want to continue winning. The gold right now is about 2k. It's by no means insurmountable. They just have to play these fights slightly better.
We're about slightly less than a minute away, 49 seconds to be precise, and counting till the Ocean Dragon is up. WoW now probably has their sights on that objective because they do want the Ocean Dragon, but meanwhile Unstoppable Onslaught will be channeled on the top side. Spubby actually denies it by running through the wall. Now they're looking for the Scion player herself. She's running away using the flash, and that is a big ultimate that has been consumed in an effort to get out of that fight.
Yeah, take a look at Kirsty actually on vision duty down towards the bot side, definitely not wanting that last dragon to go over to the side of WoW. But the thing about this is that, you know, WoW has been always the one initiating the dragon fights.
Yeah.
They've been the ones to get to the dragon first. And right now, I like to see the initiative coming out from Lannister to gain some vision out there.
Forcing onto Spubby, uses a stopwatch to buy some space, but remember, Kirsty's not here and neither is Atney, and this should be the jungler being popped already in Guardian Angel right now. 5 members from the side of WoW hanging around, and a bit of a disjoint in communication, you have to think, in that fight. Spubby caught off guard.
Yeah, that was a good pick coming in from the side of WoW, and right now it all comes down to Kirsty.
Kirsty now getting caught, has to use the Spirit Rush away, but eventually will tick down to the Ignite coming through from the Braum, and it's a little too late for them to make the play happen because now it's Ocean Dragon going the way of WoW, and the regeneration you can see is already starting to pick up.
Ocean Dragon and Ocean Soul, and man, Lannister is not having a good time around this dragon at all today.
Kirsty, 35 seconds to respawn. Spubby, 7 seconds till she's up, and I don't think there's any way she can feasibly get here in time to steal this one away. WoW will take the purple objective. They will be smiling on their way home, unless Atney and Diglett have something to say about this fight.
Diglett right now just isn't tanky enough to look for a fight. And Atney, you would want to be slightly higher in levels before you go in, so this is just free. They can't chunk through those health bars, and WoW will walk away with a 5-man free Baron.
They played it so close up till the last part where both Kirsty and Spubby got caught out respectively. Fell apart, gave the Ocean Soul away, gave the Baron away, and now they have to climb themselves out of this hole once more.
And now the initiative falls to WoW. What are they going to do with this Baron? Because we've seen that they aren't exactly the most coordinated team when it comes to team fights. So if they try to go for a bit of a macro play, try to split Lannister across the map, I think that is a slightly clearer path to victory.
Yeah. Make use of the Baron on the Scion, maybe 1-4. It might be a good way to execute and make use of this objective.
Yeah, at this point they just have to push. They have to start pushing their waves because they haven't been paying much attention to them as they're just pushing towards the base. So WoW right now setting up their waves for a potential 1-4 in the making, as you can see on the minimap. And Lannister look like they are just going to fall back for a while.
Pings on top of Kirsty. Her team is calling for some assistance because they do need all hands on deck to defend against this push. You know, Filio's a friend. 2, 3, and 3 already picked up 3 core items, looking for the 4th right now. Bot wave already reaching the inner structure. It's gonna be the Scion that I actually see just down with the Demolish as well. Making quick work of this objective. Kirsty, blue buff isn't the focus right now, you shouldn't be doing that. Enemies pushing in, they're knocking on the gates. You need to be back at the base defending.
Yeah, Kirsty right now walking down towards that blue buff and taking it, just spending crucial seconds
That's your
away
inhibitor
from the base. Yeah, exactly like you said, allowing for WoW to just walk into the base and take this inhibitor. You would think they have yet back a while ago, you know, a few seconds, instead of going through the blue buff.
She could have based on the top half.
Yeah.
Oh. Important charm though. They landed on top of the Misfortune, flashing away. The Death Charge is gonna knock her up. But enough members are being thrown in front of her to just keep the AD carry safe. Vanguard's Edge on the back line. Can Atney really do anything here? Multiple low health bars already jumping in the back line is Spubby. She's falling very low and will go down soon after. Here comes the damage from the Aphelios. Actually able to clean up though. Atney now doing a lot of work. And even though all the bodies were thrown in front of that fight, they managed to find the kills that they needed. It was the jungler, it was the support, and the AD carry that all went down.
Absolutely. There's a 1-4-3 for Lannister, and this is what we're talking about. If you play a cleaner macro game as WoW, you have better chance of beating Lannister than if you go head to head
And skill check them.
Of 5v5 team fights.
Both Atney, Kirsty, and Friend are not afraid to take these fights. They will roll and punch with you if they need to, and they are going deep in these fights.
In fact, I think they welcome it. At this point, they know exactly what they have to do. They know what their champions are good at, and they have just been continuously capitalizing on the weaknesses that WoW are showing. Again, why is MF on the front line?
Yeah. Why is she eating a charm?
Yeah.
Why is she the one leading the charge into the mid lane? These are the small micro things that eventually cost you, because you might find yourself with a large advantage just off a small small misplay by the opponent.
Yeah, and the gold has ballooned once again to about 1k, 1.2k, around there. It's just been, you know, fluctuating between. It's basically been fluctuating between even and 1 to 2k for the past 15 minutes.
Literally back and forth, that's all.
Yeah.
I'm super confused what the item build from Aphelios is next, because I see an Infinity Edge. I see a BF Sword and a Pickaxe. I'm like, well, those two items don't build into anything else, apart from a Storm Razor, which makes no sense.
2 IE.
Yeah, 2 IEs maybe? I don't know, but even then you already have max crit, so the second IE would do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I know, man.
Dude, if you are Aphelios right now, you just go for a straight up GA. Like, it doesn't matter, just go for GA. Vanguard's Edge on top of the Scion, having to flash away Unstoppable Onslaught used as well, so they burn not only the ult from Scion, they also burn the flash.
Yeah, but Scion does bring the attention of Irelia towards the top side, and why is Ari down there? Basically, they lose.
Yeah.
Luckily, they are lucky they didn't lose in him.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm just like, well, they are really good at team fighting and micro, but their macro is absolutely questionable sometimes.
Yeah, definitely something they have to work on, and that's something that WoW have to recognize, something they have to be able to capitalize on. Again, they should not be going for 5v5
Abuse their questionable macro.
Absolutely. Alright, right now we are going to see a setup towards the Dragon from both teams. Irelia going up towards
I think it's
top lane.
about 40 seconds till Elder comes up, and it doesn't matter if you're Lannisters and you're behind, 3 dragons at this point. You just want an Elder. Get the Elder, get the execute portion, you win the fights. And for them to control this objective, they're not even in position yet.
Yeah, at this point, this dragon is basically just gonna be, I think honestly, if WoW gets this dragon, they just win the game.
Yeah, this is how you either win the game or you throw the game.
All right,
Here we go, big boy.
it's gonna get spicy.
It is. Vision being cleared out in the jungle. Annie is the one that's going to be walking up. She will put a ward down, but it's going to be spotted by Polycaton here in the jungle. 5 members of WoW is already situated around this area, and Kirsty is getting a lane prio in the mid lane, which is a good sign. Problem is, pings on the bot side. Guess what? You notice it as well, I bet. Mega super minions are pushing it into the base of Lannisters right now, and the only one available to do this is Annie with the teleport.
Yeah, I like how tense this is getting. I mean, both teams, neither of them really want to go in, but they know that they have to deny the dragon from the other. So, it honestly comes down to setup.
Speaking of setup, Elder Dragon is already started up by the ladies on WoW. It's already down to 10k. Walking over is Annie, though. It's actually falling relatively slowly, so there is a window for them to push the pull the trigger if they want to on this fight. Down to 7.5 now. It's starting to go very, very low. I wonder if anyone is really going to get here. Spubby is sitting off the back. She's missed 2 already. This might be the one that actually wins them the fight, going in the Graviton. Doing a lot of damage, is resetting, and now Spubby already falling, but a Shockwave only catches 1. Meanwhile, in the back line, the Misfortune damage is coming through, and she's shredding absolutely everyone. The only one left alive is Aphelios. I don't know if she can really do anything here. She has to back off. Sacrificing her mid laner, or excuse me, top laner right now is Annie, and it's going to be a triple being picked up by the Misfortune. The bullet time shredded everyone, and this is going to be the Elder as well. WoW managed to play that fight out, and Spubby was thrown under the bus in that whole skirmish.
And finally, we see a good team fight come through for WoW. If you took a look at where the MF was in that fight, she was never on the front line. She was always in the back line, consistently dealing damage, and she is the main reason why they were able to pick up all those kills and why they're going to be able to clean up this Nexus.
11-3 and 8 is the scoreline for, in my books, the MVP of this game. Misfortune doing, lifting the bare brunt of the work for her team. Now waves are still being cleared out though. Friend might have something to say about this, but the last auto attack from the Misfortune guarantees the game, and congratulations, because in the finals right now, WoW.
Whew. And what that means is that our 2 favorites going into today are both in the lower bracket.
Oh yeah.
One of them will not make finals.
One of them is definitely going to be eliminated before they even get into the finals. And looking at this performance from Lannisters, remember that they did beat out close behind before this? Looking at their macro, it leaves a lot to be desired. Looking at the way they are coordinating, it feels like they are very much disjointed on a whole. And although, yes, the mid laner Kirsty did perform exceptionally. Aphelios, as a friend on Aphelios was great as well. The thing that still concerns me is the way they play the map and the way they coordinate their actions. Because when it comes to team fighting, it comes naturally to them. It looks like they know what they have to do. But when it comes to moving across the map and setting up for vision and controlling objectives, they look lost.
Yeah, and I don't think the point WoW was going into this game for was to expose the macro weaknesses of Lannister, but I think that's exactly what they did, especially when it comes to Swabi, because honestly, we looked at her pathing across the map, and sure, Jarvan has some, interesting
Inefficiency is the way I would describe it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
But, Swabi had a lot more weaknesses than the Jarvan this game. I think it was very, very obvious, and I think other teams will begin to catch on and start to, utilize this against Lannister.
The key indicator to me was when, the dragons were being taken, and she's like, okay, maybe I could steal this, and then she just walks in twice.
3 times.
Yeah, 3 times, failing to really get the pickup and then dying soon after. And the moment your jungler dies, your opponents are like, oh, this is free Baron, this is free whatever, right? So maybe go back to the drawing board, take a look at the decision making as a team, and of course she is a new pickup. Adjustments have to be made, still growing pains. We'll see how that goes as they, progress in the lower bracket. But for now, guys, we're going for a short break. When we come back, it's going to be Winter versus Wyvernia for our next matchup, and probably the final match for today as we look to close out day 1. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After a big upset in the previous
Mhm.
game, we are finally back in the lower bracket for round number 2. It's gonna be Wyvernia versus Winter. To see who carries on.
Yeah,
I
at this
guess.
point, whoever drops out, because we're in the lower bracket,
Yeah.
whoever loses will unfortunately be eliminated. And
Mhm.
once again, I am Hungry Cast alongside me is Spoots. We'll be bringing you the action for today and tomorrow. Of course, this is our last match for today, so we'll probably find out who actually does progress forward. I think Winter has so far adapted pretty quickly. You were unimpressed by Velasquez. Her Aphelios performance left some things to be desired, but then she showed up big time. You're like, whoa, actually she's not
It's not
bad.
bad.
And then now, with Aphelios still open in this game, we'll see if they can get their hands on it. Mordekaiser up available as well. Misfortune has been banned away though, so we won't see any of that bullet time action anymore.
Here's the thing though, Leona is still up, so that is a bit of a denial for anyone who may be thinking about going Aphelios until at least, in the second round or until Leona gets banned.
You could always do Aphelios Morgana to deny the aggression from Leona. In this case, it is a Caitlyn that has been picked up by the side of Wyvernia, and I feel like Caitlyn Leona is a bit of a misnomer. There's like
Yeah.
no real synergy there, no value in it. So Aphelios Morgana might actually be pretty decent. Aphelios Nautilus though might be great as well.
Aphelios, Leona.
That is an aggressive bot lane if I've ever seen one. But right now they're hovering the Rengar. I would
Mhm.
love a Mordekaiser pickup here. Just go Aphelios Mordekaiser and see how it goes.
Rengar in the current patch, I don't think you're looking at, you're not actually gonna seriously pick that, I think.
Right. Jarvan though?
Jarvan
Makes a lot more
obviously a bit
sense.
more, yeah. Makes much more sense. In fact, I think right now if you're Caitlyn, probably gonna eye the Morgana as well. I don't think there's any other,
Yeah,
support
I feel
that's
like if you're
super
playing
S tier.
Caitlyn at this point, you either do a Morgana, otherwise you do a Nami to help counterpick the possible Morgana on the Aphelios side. Sejuani though, for Wyvernia, we had some discussions about the ideas of tank junglers in this patch.
We are back to Sejuani Jarvan 4.
Life goes full circle. It's like it's cyclical, man.
Yeah, but
These trends, they come and go, but tanks are forever.
thanks are forever.
Lulu though also not a bad option against, or rather paired up with the Caitlyn. This essentially then becomes a poke lane, of course, very frustrating to deal with. And if you are playing the Aphelios in the bot lane, you have to be more geared towards an aggressive pickup. So like you said, earlier, the Leona would be good. Nautilus would be perfect as well. Braum might not be too bad, but in this case, it's going to be an Ornn that is the final lock-in before the move over to the second ban phase.
You would think that now that they do have the information that, it's going to be Jarvan 4 and Ornn, you're going to be beginning... Wyvernia is going to be beginning to pinch out that support pool.
Yeah.
I think it's more, it's in their interest to pinch out support.
Logically speaking, of course, you can just start to remove the supports and make it very difficult for Aphelios to have a good lane partner.
Yeah.
I would be very interested to see if they ban out Yasuo at this point. I think Yasuo would be a very valuable ban for Winter just because they're running the Ornn.
I honestly don't think we're going to see much Yasuo, even if it's left up.
Yeah, it's
But you never know, I guess.
It's not really a FSL champion, so to speak.
Yeah.
But Mordekaiser being banned, that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, so we're actually going to pinch out the mid lane pool, not the support. So you would think
Orianna would be an important ban here.
Mhm.
Orianna, since they banned out the Rumble, I feel like they have been targeting mid lane a lot. Orianna would be the next logical pickup. Braum in this case also works. Like we were saying, how Aphelios has very specific lane pairings you want. Aphelios Leona might be a bit tricky. I feel like the next best here is Aphelios Nautilus.
Alright, that's going to be the Orianna paired with the Jarvan once again. This is starting to look like a bit of a wombo combo composition once again.
Which is why Nautilus makes so much sense. It rounds out the composition, gives you a very good aggressive bot lane, and this is what I like to call the solo Q spirit killer, where you pair an aggressive jungler like Jarvan with an on-demand CC support in the bot lane, and you just camp the ever-living life out of the bot laners. Like, they just don't get to play League of Legends because the moment they push up past the river, you flash on them and just flag and drag and just kill them every single time. And especially with Lulu, Caitlyn with no mobility, it's exactly what you can do.
Alright, we're going to see Akali locked in as well, probably going to mid lane based on the previous hovers. This should be their top side.
You could pick a tank here to go up against Ornn and go even. Otherwise, if you're playing something like Arella, we saw the previous matchup. Arella into tanks is very bad day and very bad matchup in general. So I feel like you go for tank here. Yeah, there you go. Malphite is great.
AoE knockup, pretty good.
The problem is this composition as it stands now, the lineup on the Wyvernia side sorely lacks damage. Unless Akali and Caitlyn get the ball rolling a little, there is very little damage in their whole composition.
You can always go AP Malphite.
Oh yeah, you could always go AP Malphite.
So we're not gonna see the normal. It's gonna be the brand.
No.
No.
Not a big fan of Brand. Although with the recent changes to support items, the gold that you get as a support is quite high.
Yeah.
So, poke style offensive AP mages are pretty good. The thing about Brand though is it does very little in protecting Aphelios when it comes to team fights. So you have to imagine Akali is going to be looking for that backline, right? Aphelios has very little ways of protecting himself. Brand makes it even worse because now your whole composition relies on like getting bot lane even with Aphelios Brand. That lane is ungankable if you're Jarvan. It's just like you don't gank this lane at all.
Yeah, and the thing about that, picking Brand into Caitlyn, Lulu, I don't think it does all that well either. I mean, this is shield support. You're not going to be doing too much damage to that carry.
You're going to get outranged by Caitlyn, and then when they want to trade with the slows as well as the shields, like you mentioned, it's going to be much tougher. So I think this is probably the most unideal support I would have liked to see. Boggles the mind. Oh, well, Nautilus was banned out at the start, sorry, excuse me. So, yeah, boggles the mind that they would want to go for Leona.
Yeah, well, you're probably going to play safe with your Brand. Honestly, like you said, outranged, and you're not going to be doing that much damage anyway.
Right.
And let me tell you, playing Brand support and having to play safe is just immensely feels bad, especially if you're going to tag into the item that makes you have to, deal damage to gain gold.
I mean, right now the current pathing for support items it's one of two ways, right? You either go for the old Spell Thieves way of generating gold, which is every time you attack or ability lands you get gold, or the second one is the Execute, which is essentially the Targon's Tribute. The Brand players or most aggressive supports will go for the one with the old Spell Thieves passive on it. Against Lulu, Caitlyn, I feel like it's worth less. It's not worth your time to go actually try and trade and get gold, because they will also get gold and they will actually trade better than you, so they'll have to sustain as well. Caitlyn will probably go for fleet footwork. Lulu will be able to deal with the damage coming in. So Aphelios Brand in the bot lane, really, really tough here coming in. Unless Jarvan lives in bot lane, and even then, as a jungler, you hate this bot lane. There's no way you're gonna gank.
Super difficult for Jarvan to get down there, especially when you don't have any hard CC that is on demand. So I think it just leaves the mid lane for Jarvan try to make something happen.
Granted, you might have the Gravitum gun from Aphelios, but even then, it's very conditional, right? You have to auto attack someone before the root is guaranteed. You're not auto attacking a Caitlyn with that range. And if you're auto attacking Lulu and you decide to all in her, fine. In that sense, yeah. But like you said, the main focus for this game is probably gonna be the mid lane for Jarvan the 4th. Make sure Orianna doesn't get bullied out all too much. And in fact, she will be the one doing the bullying against Akali with her early range as well as her cleanse take.
Yeah, I think it comes down to the mid lane at this point. Honestly, I don't see top lane. Top lane's gonna be a wet noodle fight. Bot lane's
both of them are gonna go Grasp of the Undying and just punch each other.
Yeah. Did you read that Reddit thread with the that guy fanboying over Grasp of the Undying?
I feel like Grasp of the Undying has made like this bruiser style wet noodle top laners just that much more unsufferable. Like I hate playing top lane now. It's the actual worst lane to play for me. It's so boring. All you do is just farm and slap each other.
Especially in this, in the new season, I don't think top has the impact that it used to.
Yeah.
I think the only impact that you can have top is, you take teleport, you look for, you look to make things happen elsewhere on the map for your team.
Which is why all these top laners, when you do want to play that wet noodle or the bruiser, you pick top laners with immediate impact once you teleport in.
Yeah.
You pick stuff like Malphite, stuff like Ornn, where you can immediately activate something and change it and turn the tides of the fight. You don't want to pick a top laner that takes forever to do anything. Case in point, Maokai. Horrible top laner to play in this patch. Horrible top laner in general.
Yeah.
Where you arrive, you press out, and then it takes 4 seconds for it to even connect into the front line. So, which is the current concept I do enjoy, more action packed of the immediacy of these top laners, but just
you have immediacy, but you don't exactly have agency.
Yeah.
I think is the
play
way
jungle.
to put it. Play jungle.
Play jungle. Listen, only.
I mean, so I like to gank a lot as a jungler. And if you're like me and you like to gank a lot, you sort of forget to CS, and then sure you get your lanes ahead, but suddenly you're 3 levels below your enemy jungler. So
tends to happen. Tends to happen. Unless you're the guy that takes all the kills, then you might be even in levels, but then your laners will be underfarmed as well. So We're on the loading screen and taking a look at the keystones right now. There isn't much that
That's
is
That's a Comet Malphite, not a Grass Malphite.
yeah. So no, I was about to say the only thing that stands out to me is the Comet Malphite, which is kind of annoying because it deals pretty good damage with the Q, the shard. But overall, nothing too surprising in this lineup of runes and masteries, or keystones rather.
AP Malphite.
I mean, if they're lacking damage, AP Malphite works.
Yeah, I mean, if you have the front line as Johnny, I guess there's something you can tag into. I
It's the most
don't
like
think it's gonna be.
impressive wombo combo when you play AP Malphite with this lineup.
Yeah.
But once the front load of damage has been
Yeah.
done, then you guys have nothing after that. It's just like AP Malphite hits and then probably Wild Growth on top of that. I don't know if Sejuani out comes in, but then after that you guys have no damage. It's just like pray to God Akali and Caitlyn do something.
Yeah. That being said, I think Akali and Caitlyn they have to get a hit. They have to get a hit. That's not optional. I think at this point.
Akali did go for the Electrocute
Yeah.
Keystone. As someone that has played a lot of Akali, in this matchup I tend to prefer Fleet Footwork because you need the sustain in the mid lane. It's actually really tough to get even or at least CS in lane against the Orianna who's consistently auto-attacking you.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
I think. Orianna actually having to being forced to take the cleanse.
'Cause of
into
Sejuani, right? Yeah.
And that's one summoner spell down for her is gonna be a bit unfortunate. No TP.
The thing is, if you're gonna play with like cleanse or TP, I highly advise Spellbook because you're not gonna be abusing Eerie a lot when you're playing that defense speed, right? So, granted, in lane Eerie's gonna help when she's auto-attacking the Akali down, but still.
Right, eyes on mid lane, eyes on how Bran works.
Bran.
Because honestly, look, the way that Bran wins this lane is if they get a hit. Then you
Oh.
can just believe.
There you go, 30 gold.
Woo! That's all the gold generation
Yeah.
he'll need.
If he can do that again, he can go back for an additional potion.
Ornn?
Top side Ornn starting with 2 potions. So
Interesting.
remember that Ornn can build items in lane. So
Yeah.
this is probably a play to get an early buy, but it boggles my mind why they wouldn't just buy in base anyway. So it does seem like if you were the on player that did pots rejuvenation beat into double control ward, I understand because those are items you can't buy outside of the base. You can't buy consumables. Why not just do that?
Maybe he wants it early. And just like, I'm just gonna sit here with 50 gold, and once I get that 50 gold, I'm gonna get the item.
Because now you have 0 combat stats, and
Yeah.
there's no way you can actually trade against Corrupting Potion Malphite.
Okay.
We'll have
Well.
to see how this one plays out. Meanwhile, both junglers starting on their own rip buff. Of course, Sejuani's going to get a much tastier leash from Caitlyn Lulu. But if you are on the blue side, you immediately communicate to your jungler, okay, they start top half because Aphelios and Bran walked into lane without a leash.
I think Malphite did that as well, so both junglers should have, ample information on where the opposite number is. So
Which is why this adaptation is being made. Sejuani immediately walks to the top side, Jarvan walks over as well. So the race right now is to see whether Jarvan can steal this blue buff in time and get out without getting caught.
yeah, he has smite. This is gone.
Yep.
Woo. Okay.
The perfect heist.
Now, alright, Malphite was pushing a little bit, but now he's not, so that's not gonna be a possible gank. Jarvan's gonna fall back, gonna take a bit more of his own camps.
Uh-oh.
F in chat, boys.
And if you realize there were no pings whatsoever from the Wyvernia side, so it might be presumptuous, but we could possibly guess that Jarvan starting on the red buff was not communicated to the team.
Definitely a possibility there. This lane is actually going slightly better than I expected. I honestly don't think that Bran should have such free reign over the Lulu. I mean, he's just repeatedly whacking her with flames.
You have to remember that they came to lane early because Jarvan started top half. Oh, hold on. Hold on to my point as the gank comes in on the Orianna. She will have to flash out and immediately cleanse the stun coming in as well, before throwing the ball back onto Sejuani for some return damage.
Okay, that's decent damage down on the enemy mid laner. She doesn't have TP, and both the summoner spells are gone. So that is definitely something you can come back and capitalize on later.
Fight in the river, a lot of damage down to the Jarvan. Flash is available for the jungler here. Bran is here as well for the support. At this point, it's more moral support. The fight
Moral
is over,
support.
and they are moving to the Scuttle Crab in the bot half.
Yep, advantage obviously going to whoever gets the Scuttle Crab, which in this case is the Jarvan,
Yep.
so he's gonna start passing down and changes her mind, yeah.
So she did go for the Doran's shield. Ah, okay, I understand the logic now. Okay, so with D-shield, you can only buy 1 pot.
Yeah.
You buy 2 pots, you wait for 50 gold, then you build the Doran shield. So you have extra sustain in lane.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Ah, see.
5 hit, bro.
I understand it now.
Alright, okay. Now,
It's a
Malphite is
pro
running
player
low on
move.
mana. Malphite is running low a bit, a little low on mana.
Yeah.
If you're taking Arcane Combat, I think you want to go for the poke.
Yeah.
And if you're low on mana, you're not going to be poking anything.
Right.
So, you know, maybe you have to ration your abilities a little bit better, especially when you're playing this champion this early in the game.
The other issue is that the wave is going to be pushing towards the Malphite.
Yeah.
So there is not necessarily a window for her to just back off and reset. Dragon Drag over the wall though will find the Raptor camp being started up, and Jarvan will say, "Thank you for the leash, I'm level 4. I will be able to take away these camps." Currently 2 camps ahead of the Sejuani, in fact. You can see 28 to 20 is DCS score.
Poor Sejuani, man. I mean, you take your the Jarvan came in, took your blue buff without you knowing. You just want to get your XP back. You try to take Krugs, and this big man just flies over the wall and says, "No,
Thank
those
you
are
for the
mine."
leash.
Okay. Well, first dragon is going to be spawning
It's a
relatively
mountain.
soon. It's a mountain, so I think
Meh.
meh, but you know, always good to prioritize.
Yeah.
I don't think either of these junglers are going to go for it.
You only take the mountain if it's free, like if you can sneak away. I wouldn't fight over mountain. I'll be like, if you guys want to contest, we'll just walk away, you can take this. Neither of these teams really want mountain, apart from the fact that there's a Sejuani and Malphite on the Wyvernia side, so maybe that's a bit more valuable, but overall, it's not the be-all end-all of dragons, right? The only good news is that now the 3rd, 4th, 5th dragon onwards will not be mountains.
I mean, that's the the appeal of taking jungler subs like Lee Sin and Olaf instead of Sejuani and Jarvan in this meta, because if you're Olaf and you're Lee Sin, you can actually solo the dragon.
Oh yeah, you can sneak it for sure.
Yeah, but instead, if you're playing a Sejuani or if you're playing a Jarvan, you're not gonna be able to do that. You need to bring your bot lane up.
From personal experience, Lee Sin with the Caulfield Warhammer at level 5 can solo dragon already.
Or the king of soloing dragon, Warwick.
Yeah.
We haven't actually seen him though.
Not as popular this patch, I would imagine.
Solo Q-tip.
Meanwhile, mid wave getting pushed in. Despite the early gank, there has been no regank yet from the Sejuani, which is a bit perplexing to me. But the CS lead has been accrued right now by Orianna.
Yeah, and the cleanse is just gonna be coming up in a few seconds. And you can see that, Winter actually is beginning to set up around that dragon. So it does signal to me that they're gonna go try to get it.
Yeah.
And they do spot out Bibimbap now.
Yeah, because of the control ward. Oh, she walked in, walked out. Missed the Arctic Assault as well. Not a good look on this jungler for Wyvernia. Bot Scouter Crab will go the way of Winter right now, and the wards are being cleared out. So as of now, this bot quadrant of the map is completely blind for Wyvernia. There's absolutely no vision for them.
Yeah, Wyvernia just being forced to back away from the wave right now. TP coming in from the Malphite though, so...
That's a major fuse bat actually.
Yeah, if there's a fight going on in the dragon, she is not going to be able to join, while the Ornn, assuming she doesn't waste her TP here, will be able to join.
Dude, if you're on, you just walk.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, because the wave is so far pushed up. Best case scenario, it bounces to you under your tower. Worst case scenario, they freeze, but it is not in a position to freeze either.
Yeah, this just shows to me that, Ornn right now is objectively winning this lane. Which, Malphite doesn't have TP, you have priority in both mid and bot. You go for the dragon.
So over Peacemaker over the wall will signal to Wyvernia that dragon has been started up. The ward as well will give complete vision. But there's nothing they can do to stop this, so the early mountain dragon goes the way of Winter right now on the red side.
Yeah, and now you can see that Sejuani is already in the top side. So what you want to do right now is begin to set up vision around that Rift Herald, potentially get it earlier on. I think now that, since, Rift Herald does spawn twice, you can actually capitalize on it more.
A pre-15 Rift Herald is usually optimal.
Yeah. At this point, this wet noodle fight, honestly, I don't think there's going to be much coming out from it.
Neither junglers have actually paid any attention to this top half.
Why would you?
Yeah, right? Season 10 Pog.
Woo!
Like a drag in, actually the Moonlight Vigil as well gives them a lot of Chakram stacks on top of this. The wave is pushing in, so they might be able to do something here. Throws the turret down as well. The aggro from the turret is still on top of the minions, but it will be reset across as the Cataclysm comes out. Force the Flash was the support and AD carry, and the Exhauster expanded as well from the Lulu.
Honestly surprised nobody died there, but you know, you burn both flashes, you burn the exhaust. I think that is worth.
Yeah. More than fine, and now you can look to make a play happen again, but sitting in the wings is the Sejuani. They land a knock-up on top of the Lulu, flashing away though the Jarvan in a bit of a sticky situation. Glacial Prison on top of the Jarvan means that the kill is going to go the way of the Sejuani. Now flashing over the wall, perfect flash as well coming through, but is that enough though? Because the ace in the hole coming in to get the second kill over in the Wild Growth as well. The regank from the Sejuani is picture perfect, and 3 kills in the bot lane go the way of Wyvernia.
That's absolutely what you want on Sejuani. You want to look for those sorts of counter engages. And the fact was that, you know the Jarvan was already down there. Jarvan does not know you're down there. And when he goes back in, you just go in for the textbook counter gank. And honestly, I think at that point, Winter was just spread out way too far from each other.
There were multiple angles along that bot half, the big wall separating them, so they really couldn't put up a fight there. 1k is the gold lead right now for Wyvernia, but mid lane is still getting bullied quite heavily. Like I said, it is the nature of this matchup. Meanwhile, Arctic Assault to knock the Orianna up. One more auto though will freeze her up, but there's no reason to cleanse because Akali is so far behind in the wave, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I like that Sejuani is beginning to, take a bit more initiative in going for these ganks now that she does have level 6. I mean, no ult, but you are significantly tankier than you were, and you do still have a lot of damage.
Yeah. It's good that she is a hit because playing from behind is disastrous for Sejuani, or at least tanks in general in this patch.
I mean, you can always, since you're a hit on Sejuani, you can, hedge your bets and begin to take Sheen.
Sheen?
Yeah, just rush Sheen and go in. You have a lot of damage.
That's a Chad build. That is a Chad build.
That is the Chad build.
We saw Oren having to disengage from that skirmish in the top half. 1v1 mano and mano against the Malphite, but didn't work out that well.
Yeah, she still has ult though, so she still has teleport, and I don't think she's gonna have to expend it even if she backs here, because the wave is just pushed up the lane so far.
It is gonna be pushing up as well, considering the amount of ranged minions in this lineup.
You should just back, honestly. Now it's too late, so
if you back, the wave would have frozen just nice. Meanwhile, fight breaking out in the bot half, sentry turret being put down by Aphelios. Velasquez is actually doing pretty decent damage despite being slightly behind in this lane.
Is triple Doran's blade actually the optimal build on Aphelios?
It is the most cost efficient at the start because you get a lot of lifesteal as well as free stats coming in.
Okay.
The problem is that, as we all know, Doran's doesn't build into anything, right? So it's a sunk cost. Once you sell, you're out.
Alright, that's fair. And if you take a look at Jarvan, he was actually hovering around that bot side. I think was attempting to look for a gank, but pushed up way too far, and Sejuani's going in.
Sejuani looking for a play in the bot half, will find a brand first, and the second to go down is going to be Aphelios. Jungler gets a kill, AD carry gets a kill, everybody's happy in the bot lane, and every time the ultimate is off cooldown, she makes a journey into the bot lane to make something happen.
Yeah, and it's very unfortunate because Jarvan literally just walked away from the lane before that.
What's a
walked
ward?
over control ward though.
Yeah. Sejuani's sitting on one as well, but it doesn't matter because they have the lane prio. They have the extra manpower here as well. Now pay attention to the next dragon that's going to be spawning soon. It is an Inferno in 30 seconds. And Wyvernia are actually in pretty decent position to capitalize on that if they want to.
Absolutely, but at this point, Akali is being tied up in that mid lane, and Orianna is a bit, free to roam. The wave is equalizing now, so that is gone. And
pause coming in?
No, maybe? Okay.
There we go.
Right, so let's take a stock of the situation. It's 5-0 right now. No turrets taken just yet. It's about 2k gold at 12 minutes. It's all significant for now.
Centered on the Sejuani as well as the Caitlyn. You can see it's 1001, which is good because the motto of Caitlyn is, if I don't snowball, I don't do anything, right? So 1.1k good enough to get them to a point where they can enter the mid game comfortably, start contesting these objectives without feeling like you're a burden to your team. She does look like she is moving towards the Infinity Edge as well as the Zerker's Greaves, so those are going to be core items that she needs to pick up ASAP, which she is doing now.
Yeah, I'd wager that she's not far enough ahead to avoid that trough that she will enter in the mid game, but
she
for what
feels
it's
like
worth,
a similar level champion.
Yeah. At this point though, I want to see my Sheen on the Sejuani. That's my chat build. Come on.
She went for both cloth armor as well as the ruby crystal. So I think this is the makings of a knight's vow. If I'm not
Probably.
wrong. Yeah, to allow Caitlyn to be a bit more hardy, as it were.
No chat Sejuani
Yeah,
today.
yeah.
Ah.
Chat Sejuani is probably the worst timeline. If you ask me, it's the worst timeline. If you ask me, Sheen into Frozen Fizz Sejuani is the worst timeline.
I build that every game, and I used to be rank 1 Sejuani.
Okay, okay, okay.
Anyway,
Food chat Sejuani it gives you rank 1. Okay, okay.
yes, that's how it works. Cheat code.
There was a couple of patches ago where her what's that called, the permafrost was actually dealing a significant amount of damage
Yeah.
just off stats alone. Like she would stat check you based on your max health with the permafrost. It's so annoying.
Actually, if I'm not mistaken, she did get a buff in 10.1.
Oh.
I think it was pretty decent. It was
Okay.
pretty decent buff. Not exactly sure the specifics of it, but yeah, I recall reading that.
Sid the color caster on the cast.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie. I haven't been, I'm pretty rusty when it comes to League lately.
Yeah, it was like I came in with the book full of Aphelios notes,
Yeah.
and Spoots is like Aphelios. I thought
What
no
is
one
that?
would just.
What's
I
that?
thought everyone would just ban him. Like yeah,
what's going on?
don't have to study if everyone bans him 5 hit.
He puts down turrets apparently.
So apparently the buff to Sejuani was just a base stats growth on her health. So
Still pretty decent.
yeah, you get tankier quicker.
Yeah.
5 extra health every
Yeah.
level.
Oh, my OV is signaling 5 to me right now.
5 extra health every level.
Lulu got 0.5 AD, I think, or something like that. I'm not sure. Someone got 0.5 AD.
I like how like this is a big thing. Like 0.5 AD stat growth in 18 levels.
Yes.
There's 9 extra AD. It's like
Yes.
half of half of a longsword.
Absolutely, so
So
worth
ridiculous.
that. Come on.
Hopefully, we resolve the technical issues on the winter side. Unfortunately, it does happen sometimes.
Yep.
But we're still good to go for the most part. Looking at the state of things right now, whoever proceeds on or rather wins this match is going to proceed on to the next round in the lower bracket round 3, where they will play, I believe, the winner of Lannisters versus.
No, Lannister is in the lower bracket finals now.
Oh, they made it in already? No, they are
Sorry?
playing. No, Lannisters are still playing for a spot in the lower bracket finals. They are playing against Fluffy Shock concurrently right now. So if they
That's
win,
close behind esports playing against Fluffy.
oh,
Shock.
close behind, excuse me, rather, yeah. So
Okay.
the winner of this is gonna play the winner of close behind and Fluffy Shock.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the winner of that is gonna play Lannisters tomorrow.
Oh, okay, cool.
I wish more people did double elim brackets.
I know, right? Worlds should do double elim brackets.
Yeah, what is going on? I don't even understand. Like NALCS is double elim, but Worlds is still on the same format. Like it makes no sense to me.
I don't know what LCS is doing. If you're 8th place, you can just snowball the regular season to 8th place and still make it into playoffs. It's fine.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, right?
Right, back to this game though.
I like how
Going
we were
off
both just
all
like
the tangents.
we were both like, yeah, I feel you.
Damn it. Okay,
Mm?
next dragon was Infernal, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be spawning like 10 seconds.
All right. At this point, I think if you take a look at the wards,
Mhm.
right, it's gonna be advantage over the Wyvernia. I
Just
think
based
they're-
on vision and Scuttle Crab control.
Yeah, even you take a look. Jarvan is basing right now.
Mm.
Sejuani is just out of base, going for Raptors. I don't know why I did not, whatever. And
But
you
both
know,
bot laners for Wyvernia are basing as well.
that's the thing. When the bot laners come back, I think they should be able to contest that dragon. But on the other hand, Jarvan backing right now should go towards the top side, because if you take a look at the bottom side jungle, she does not have any camps to clear.
That's true, yeah.
A summoner
If
has
you
been
are
removed.
forced to contest this dragon, and you make it a fair fight, like say both bot laners arrive from both sides, I think you lose that fight because Caitlyn has possibly a Infinity Edge and Zerker's Greaves in her pocket right now. So if she goes back and buys that and shows up, you guys lose the fight. Like just
Yeah.
by nature of her autoing you to death.
Yeah, I mean, look, Ophelios is just walking out of base. He's 0-2 and 0. She's 1 BF sword and 3 Doran.
All she's missing is the QSS, and we'll be like game 1 all over again.
Let's do it. And you take a look at Brand.
Yeah.
No damage items. And Sorcerer Boots.
I told you, man, don't play Bren. It makes no sense
Why
because
you tell them.
yeah, it's like when Sejuani comes to gank, if you were a Braum, you're like, ho, put the shield up, soak the damage, jump away. If you're a Leona, press W, get additional resistances. If you're a Bran, stand there, throw your spells, and hope that you get a kill in return.
if your brand hide behind your AD carry, hope your AD carry dies first.
So you can pick up the kills on the exit if you're lucky.
Absolutely.
Ah, unfortunate.
Feels bad, man. Ah, well, we'll sit here for the next 23 minutes and just...
23 minutes.
yeah, well,
Sincerely
hopefully not
hoping
23 minutes.
Sincerely hoping not.
Yeah.
Mid lane, I didn't really talk much about this, but as someone that played a lot of Akali, this matchup sucks until it doesn't. So, because Sejuani has been, coming to mid lane to gank a little, it alleviates a lot of the pressure that Orianna had. But because you have no sustain, didn't go for fleet footwork, you're just gonna get shoved in 24/7 and have not enough health. I would argue just go and check the electrocute procs on Akali, see how much she's probably done like in the past. I feel like it might be 118 damage of electrocute procs in 12 minutes.
If she took fleet footwork, she have healed more than 180.
Yeah, exactly. So that makes no sense, right? Like, why would you take electrocute in this matchup? Which is why I say fleet footwork into the Doran's shield. You're actually able to sustain and trade pretty well.
Yeah, but hey, she's 0-0 and 0 and
that's with a jungler helping, dude. I don't know.
I mean, the jungler should be helping,
Yeah, fair enough.
So, I think, once Zed gets sorted, it's going to be slightly better. We should be getting in the game here. And is Aphelios back?
Yeah, Aphelios is back.
Alright,
but like I said, this matchup sucks until it doesn't, because the moment you hit Gunblade, the matchup turns on its head. Orianna now has to play afraid, and Akali has the all-in pressure every time her order's up.
Okay. Well, contrary to what we were talking about, Jarvan actually didn't go back to reset. So
neither did the bot laners.
Okay. So now we have a bunch of people around the Dragon Pit.
Royal Rumble. Let's go.
Let's go.
What's our being swept
Malphite should have teleport by the time the fight starts up.
Taking this window to base though are the bot laners. Oh well, I say that they're baiting me out. They're just recalling and cancelling.
I think they should have taken the first back.
Right.
That would have been optimal.
Because had they taken the first back, they would have been able to walk back right now and contest it with additional items.
Yeah, but as it stands though, I think she does have more, significantly more damage than the Aphelios either way, so...
Now, look at the cooldown on Sejuani's ultimate. It's actually going to come off relatively soon.
Yeah.
I feel like that is the window they're looking for. Use the Glacial Prison to convert on a kill, and then from then on, go and look for
Jarvan's
the
gone.
dragon. Jarvan isn't here. The Glacial Prison connecting on top of the brand means there's a kill, but the Pyro Blast not really doing anything either. So this should be a dragon.
Yeah, that was frame perfect. When the Jarvan left, they went in. It was great. No chance for Jarvan to turn around for a counter gank. So that's a free dragon. Should just go over to the side of Wyvernia without any.
If you are the bot laners from Winter, at some point you have to be like, every time Sejuani is out, she's coming bot lane. So you kind of do the math. It's about 1.5 to 2 minutes per cooldown. Just do the math. Like, okay, this is a window where she's gonna come bot lane and force on us. Stop walking up the trade.
Yeah, I mean, if you're brand, that's just about the only thing you know how to do, right? And it feels super bad. You go back, I mean, you die.
Yep.
You're only able to pick up one Amplifying Tome and a Crystal. That's not what you want at all.
You know who would have this problem? Morgana.
Ooh.
Black Shield, when you see the bowler flying at you, you're like, what is CC? I don't understand.
God damn. Right. They are going to equalize the objective deficit by taking the
Rift Herald on the top side.
Yeah.
The question is whether they can make full use of Shelly here, because there isn't really a clean wave you want to throw this down on top of. Ideally, it's mid with Orianna shoving in. She has the lane prio consistently. But at the current state of things, I don't know if they can convert that map space into anything else.
Yeah, and it's a little too late, I think, taking the Rift Herald right now. The turret platings are all gone. You're not going to get any gold from that. And, for Akali, it's beginning to not suck.
Oh, smited away though. The blue buff will go the way of the Jarvan, but the fight's still breaking out here. Remember that Akali isn't around the area, she is in fact backing, which was cancelled. So the blue buff will be claimed by Jarvan the 4th there in the blue side, and we'll be able to back off fine.
If you had Sheen, you just continue whacking.
If you were a Chad Sejuani, you guarantee yourself a fight.
Yeah, come on, step it up, guys.
Rift Herald Charge will open up the mid tier 1 and allow them unfiltered access into the jungle. So my earlier question was, what can they do with that structure going down? They could force a gank here. Teleport coming in. It's going to be Ornn arriving, Call of the Forge God, but very early into the fight is the Jarvan who's taking a lot of damage. So this is a botched play coming through in the bot half, you have to think. Now Sejuani is arriving with Glacial Prison available. Man, this is not ideal.
Yeah, I mean, you have 0 kills on the side of Winter. Just very feels bad, man, even though you're only about 1k gold behind. So I think that, just stemming the bleeding
Yeah.
is actually quite commendable. At this point, though, we do see everyone just hanging around bot side. I think both top laners did spend their teleports.
Yep.
So that's going to be, no party in any lane for the next few minutes at least.
That bot lane play from Winter was a bit too telegraphed, you have to think. Like, Ornn teleporting in front of Caitlyn Lulu is just daring them to back off.
I think they had no vision in their own jungle. So if the Ornn didn't teleport in, they would have no idea that a gank was coming. So I think, like you said, way too early, way too telegraphed.
Items coming in, Essence Reaver completed for the Aphelios. This is the prime camping position for Sejuani. Like, if anyone walks up into lane, Glacial Prison. They're still looking for it though, they're fishing for the brand here.
Here we go.
There you go, Arctic Assault knock up. Actually not even using, finally using Glacial Prison. We'll be able to get the kill with the ace in the hole here, I believe, but it will trade the Sejuani across. The brand will get the kill credit for that one. Meanwhile, a lot of damage down from the Aphelios with the Chakrams. Turret actually doing good damage as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, just not enough damage. Just missing there a little bit before to take out the brand. Just trades, the life of the Sejuani to get that final kill.
Orianna rotating to the bottom half now. She still has the command shockwave, so she can clear the waves with majority of her skills, not having to worry because Luden's Echo has been completed.
Yep. So the bot lane is just gonna back away right now, and Akali into Jarvan right now. I don't think you take this.
She has Gunblade though, so this is a possible. Yeah. Dragon coming up next is probably gonna be Cloud. There you go. It's either Cloud or Ocean. So 50-50, and I feel like Cloud might be best here.
All right. We do see Winter beginning to set up around that objective. After giving away Infernal, I don't think they want to give away another. So, more wards seems to be the name of the game. We have 1 control ward and 2 regular wards on the other side of the wall. This is going to spot out the Sejuani though.
Look at the first core item picked up by the Ornn. It was actually a Abyssal Mask, which he upgraded by himself. So the poke from the Malphite is starting to become negligible already.
Yeah.
Using the knock-up as well to take the trade. AP Malphite is actually the build, but does no damage whatsoever. It's quite funny.
Feels bad, man. Like you pick AP Malphite, you wanna go and you wanna nuke people, and this guy picks up Abyssal Mask, and you just deal no damage.
Yeah, Jarvan's like, nah, I'm gonna get instant Negatron, so I don't get one shot either.
Feels bad.
Yeah,
man.
the only people you can one shot are Orianna, Aphelios, and Bran.
I mean, those are your damage carries, so I guess that's not that bad.
It's not. Yeah, it's not that bad. Thankfully, they're still not itemizing magic resistance.
Back to another pause though, so let's continue that podcast.
Yeah, it's a FSL podcast.
Ooh.
Actually, this week the games, like in comparison, I was looking at last week's games from Vietnam. Not last week, the week before. The players themselves were actually pretty sloppy when it came to macros. So, Thailand this year has actually really impressed me when it came to understanding what win conditions were, how to set up for objectives, and what objectives should be given away for free. Because when I was watching Vietnam, they had very little respect for Dragon Timers, they had very little respect for Elemental Drakes, and they had very little respect for Rift Heralds. So they would just skirmish like non-stop instead of looking at these objectives.
I mean, that's been the flavor for Vietnam and Thailand throughout all the FSLs, haven't it?
Yeah, but at a certain point, I still feel like the players understand, okay, instead of fighting here, why don't we walk over to Dragon or like do something like that? But that was kind of non-existent last week, which made me a little worried. Vietnam has historically been a really well-performing region, so if they don't understand the fundamentals of Season 10, it might be a bad sign for them at Elite later on this year.
You just have to, adapt slightly better, know. Forcing the Dragon should be more highly prioritized, I would say.
Understanding the value of bot lane prio, as well as getting favorable matchups, is something the Vietnamese FSL girls don't understand yet. Because they keep playing stuff like Jinx, Varus, like Varus Tumkinch. That lane is auto lose, dude.
Yeah.
Like, why do you want to do that? And then your jungler can't do anything for you as well.
Might as well go Ezreal Yumi.
Yeah. Oh man, we're doing that. We're doing that, huh? Ezreal Yumi. Oh.
Ah well. It can't be worse than Aphelios brand at this point, right?
That is true. Aphelios brand is 021140.
I mean, I think this is objectively the worst bot lane we've seen all day. Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I would go so far as to say that, yeah.
It was going so well. Like the draft was, yeah, sure, okay,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
Jarvan,
yeah.
Brent, why?
Not Leona, not Morgana.
This
Brand.
tells me more than Xin Zhao Ben.
I would have even like gone for some weird unconventional support, like Zillion, which is for the most part actually okay.
Now that I think about it, Zillion in the current meta actually not that bad.
Yeah, it isn't horrible. Like you can speed up the Jarvan, you can revive the Aphelios if they're trying to all in him, and the stun is actually pretty easy to proc when you have Aphelios ensuring the lockdown with Graviton.
Zillion Sivir.
That is a cancel lane if I've seen one.
Speedy boys. I mean,
Yeah.
Sivir's good into Caitlyn.
Yeah, but that is a cancel lane if I've ever seen one.
That's true.
The current itemization is kind of wonky for a lot of AD carries because when you play Caitlyn, you want to go for the crit build, right?
Yep.
So you always want to go Infinity Edge into crit items. Champions like Sivir, Aphelios are okay going for Essence Reaver first.
Mm-hmm.
So what that means is, like, if you're playing Sivir into Caitlyn, you only really win the matchup if you force her to base before BF Sword. Because then she's stuck buying something dumb, like a cow or a pickaxe. Best case scenario, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas you're picking up, like, Coffee's Warhammer and
Yeah.
cooldown reduction. So the 1.1k breaking point is where you want to force the bot lane, actually. So every time I see, like, Caitlyn on the opposing side, I'll be like, jungler at this goal point, just come and gank bot lane. Because if she bases without BF Sword and they come back, I just smash the lane immediately.
But then you'll have to have a competent jungler.
Oh yeah,
And at this point, I think
roll the dice. Yes. See whether you hit a critical success or critical fail.
with all these jungle changes, you know, in 10.1, no, in the preseason, I think
9
A
out of
lot-
10 junglers hate it.
9 out of 10 jungle. I hate it,
Yeah.
and you know, I think a lot of them have been turned off the role, which in turn has allowed for a lot of autofill junglers.
Yeah.
Which is just it's not good. Stop giving me autofill junglers.
Oh yeah, dude, jungle gap is a thing.
It is. Better jungler wins, but we are back in the game.
Speaking of better jungler wins, Knight's Vow completed on the Sejuani already. Has been paired up with the Caitlyn as well.
Okay, so this Caitlyn has all the tools to succeed right now. 3-0-4, but we are beginning to slide into the mid game. Honestly, I don't think it's gonna matter too much this time, but she has to continue pressing the advantage.
Yeah. The moment you make a mistake, and this is why I really hate playing Caitlyn or like hate drafting around Caitlyn. The moment you fall behind after you get a lead, all your previous effort is just undone because now your opponents are back in the game, and you are back in that weird power trough that you worked so hard to jump across.
Yeah, I think the scoreboard right now is telling a little bit of a lie. I mean, it's 7 kills to 1, but the goal is actually very, very even. So both of these teams right now have a chance to edge out the other in a team fight.
Yeah. The gold is even because of the structures taken in the mid half of the jungle as well as the CS differential between mid and top.
Yeah, but like you said, Akali sucks until she
doesn't, yeah.
She doesn't,
The matchup
and-
sucks until it doesn't.
Ah.
It's still sucking right now because she lost a turret.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. If the tower was up, it wouldn't suck as much. But this is going to be Cloud Drake taken by Winter here with... cheeky steal attempt coming through from the Lulu.
That was closer than you
Yeah.
wanted to be.
If I was the Jarvan, my heart would be pounding extra quickly for a while.
Okay, Ornn with blue buff. This is what you like to see.
It's consistently throughout queues. Oh, hold on. Managing to land the CC on top of the brand, and this should be a kill given over to the Caitlyn. So they're still, expediting her growth. She's out of that power trough, and now she's getting to a point where she's very scary, in fact.
Yeah, this brand is not having a good time. Not having a good time either. I mean, look, Orianna picked up Cleanse. And okay, I'm gonna hold that.
Yeah, fight in the jungle. Wild Growth actually knocks 2 members up, and here comes the Akali actually dealing a lot of damage, jumping across the wall to find the execution on top of Aphelios. Already 2 members, excuse me, the Aphelios down already. Jarvan having to flash out.
But take a look at mid lane. Orianna's continuing to push. She's taken out
Aye,
tier
aye,
2. Oh, this is good macro
Yep.
right here, man.
And now the rotation coming from Akali. Remember that she doesn't have out anymore, so the perfect execution not available means she can't duel the Orianna at all.
But keep in mind right now, you've taken tier 2 turret in the mid lane. You cannot continue pushing because the rest of the structures across the map are still up.
Yeah.
So if you're the Orianna right now, you want to expedite, the rest of your team. You want to take down the other turrets across the map. And honestly, when you're you're on a immobile control mage like the Orianna, that's going to be quite difficult to do.
It's tricky because you can't rotate as freely as you want. As a result, you kind of are confined to your lane. If the Akali roams out, you can't follow because if she's lying in a fog of war situation,
you're just screwed.
Yeah, she'll solo kill you.
Right. Yeah, we're reverting to a bit of a lull state. I want to see what this Akali does though. She's hit her Hextech Gunblade.
Yeah.
She's gonna go for more roams right now. She's not gonna sit in lane and let herself get poked out by the Orianna. So I want to see where she goes. Most likely gonna help bot lane, and I want to see how well she's gonna be able to do that.
Right.
We saw a little bit of what she wants to do earlier, but I think it could have been slightly more successful.
Oh, I did receive word, or at least we can see that Close Behind Esports were the ones that won the second half of the lower bracket, so they will be looking to play the winner of this matchup tomorrow at 12.
Okay.
Things are starting to look spicy as Close Behind might possibly beat Lannisters once more in the lower bracket. Meanwhile, fight breaking out in the mid lane. Brand is the focus once more. Glacial Prison available but not used yet. Has to be careful about the spacing. The Sejuani backing off. Still pretty tanky though, with the amount of stats that she has.
Yeah, just being tickled at this point by the combined efforts of the Aphelios and the Brand. This bot lane on the side of Winter, they need a lot more items before they get going.
I think at least an Infinity Edge to power up the Aphelios before they can start team fighting is the minimum requirement. Caitlyn already finishing Stormrazor as well. Jeez Louise.
Oh, that's close.
Very close solo kill,
Very close.
almost coming through. Remember that Malphite has 0 stats. This is a full AP Malphite, so getting caught out there, getting chunked out as well, means that this top tier 1 actually should go down here. Fight break down the bot lane, Call of the Forge God being used, but the Akali kiting around there, the Ace in the hole as well being used to pile on the damage. The second half of the perfect execution knocks her low enough, and that's the kill going across to the Akali. But meanwhile, teleport coming in a river, no unstoppable force, so the Malphite arriving actually does absolutely nothing here.
No, they want to force down mid, I think. It's only 2 defending and 4 going, but Sejuani's gonna back, so
looking to make the play happen, so they are 2 members strong still. The Lulu as well as the Caitlyn are here. But look at the wave clear, man.
yeah, I think the wave was just not in a favorable position. I mean, they had the idea to go in to siege the mid lane, but the minions just weren't there for that to happen.
Teleport, one might say, unnecessarily spent by Malphite in the mid lane, so this gives the teleport advantage over to Winter right now.
Okay, a bit of skirmish in the jungle. Nothing resulting from that. Does the Jarvan get caught out here? No, he doesn't. Okay.
Could have interrupted the recall if they wanted to with Glacial Prison.
I think they could have gotten the kill as well, but just allowing the Jarvan to leave, playing safe.
Oh, look at the damage!
Whoa.
What happened there? The slow from the Stormrazor as well as the Lulu Glitter Lance, I think, was just enough for them to auto-attack him to death.
Glacial Prison just whiff not even required right now, but Ornn is on the flank.
Call the Forge God, here comes the Orianna. The Shockwave might be enough to turn the fight. They catch 2 members. It's the Lulu as well as the Sejuani, but meanwhile the knockup from the Ornn as well. They turn the fight around. They pick up 3 already, and now they're looking for the Caitlyn. No mana, no hope of survival, no life left in the AD carry, and they turn that fight around 4 for 1. It's okay, Velasquez. You can die. We'll pick up everyone else.
Yeah, absolutely. Just quick turnaround from the side of Winter. Now they're the ones with the gold lead, and they're the ones pushing down mid.
We'll find another dragon here, the second Cloud Dragon. This is, the chef's kiss. If you're running a competition with Call of the Forge God and Shockwave and Moonlight Vigil, you want these dragons to give you cooldown reduction on your ultimate.
Yeah, and I think that was just, the setup for that fight. It was just way too eager from Wyvernia. They just wanted a tower, and unfortunately they don't even get that. No wards surrounding them, just allowing both the Orianna and the Ornn to come in from both flanks and just collapse in a huge wombo combo.
I loved watching that fight. It was like a bouncy house, man. Call of the Forge God knocks them up once, Shockwave again, and then the E from Ornn one more time. They're just practically up in the air half the fight.
Absolutely. Feeling very bad if you're Wyvernia. I mean, you built up so many kills in the early game. You didn't manage to find, any sort of advantage above 1k. You lose one fight and now you're 3k down.
Suddenly, Caitlyn is back in this weird power trough that we were talking about before. Tried so hard to get her hit, and then now the power level is a bit low because you have to distance yourself against the Ornn as well as the Orianna in these fights.
Yeah, at this point, unfortunately for Ivernia, yep, good effort in the early game. But now you just have to, take it easy. You have to begin scaling. You have to wait out the power drop of this Caitlyn before you can continue to do anything else.
Taking the Blast Cone across, I think they want to set up an ambush on top of the Malphite here in the top lane. Remember that Scaria's orb was used as well to spot him out. Instead, we'll be going for the blue buff steal here. No vision from Wyvernia on this objective, so will be taken away. Goes the way of the brand as well. But the play is being set up right now. Malphite has the unstoppable force. They see two members. Flash is available. Will not pull the trigger just yet.
Philios is on the top side. Okay, they're backing off, but they are all grouped around the Baron at this point.
Now, there's no one really in the space to answer the Ornn push in the bot lane, but teleport is available if they want to join the fight. Meanwhile, a lot of damage onto the brand was blocked though. The ace in the hole now in this very cramped area of the jungle is not where you want to fight. The shockwave catches two. Brand falling very low. Orianna having to flash across the wall. Here comes the Akali for the damage. One member dropping from both sides each, but in the end, it's going to be Winter that actually takes this fight and turns it around. Teleporting in to turn the tides of the fight is the Ornn, and now leading the charge for her team as well. Aphelios left completely untouched, will turn her sights over onto the Baron.
Yeah, that is not what taking it easy means. Like you said, why are you fighting in such a small, cramped area against Call of the Forge God, Cataclysm, and Command Shockwave? That is a recipe for disaster for Wyvernia, and right now they just give away the Baron for free to Winter.
Winter says, thank you very much, ladies. Thanks for taking the fight in the jungle. We will claim this objective, back off, and reset. Even though the laning phase was particularly tough of Velasquez and her partner.
Yeah, keep in mind, they're not out of it yet. They still don't have as much damage as they could. They're not contributing as much to these team fights as they might want to. Right now, the reason they're winning all these fights is the immaculate CCs coming in from the top, mid, and jungle of Winter.
Like, between Flag and Drag and all the individual skills, right? I'm not even going to go through them one by one because just the nature of the CCs, like you mentioned, layered to perfection on top of another, makes it so simple for both Aphelios as well as Brand to output damage safely.
Yeah, and we were talking about, Caitlyn needs to scale now. On the other side of the coin, Brand and Aphelios, they both have to scale as well. And the thing about that is that, Brand and Aphelios, they're going to deal much more damage as a duo than Caitlyn, Lulu.
The problem is at least Brand can drop all, or at least expend all her skills before dying, right? That's fine. But if Lulu dies before her AD carry, it's tough because then you don't have people to queue and support your AD carry anymore.
That is true.
Maybe not the best place to fight inside the jungle. CC on top of the Sejuani. They're backing off now. Remember that this is a... Oh, trap. He set down. Remember that they're fighting inside the Cloud Drake zone, so there's additional movement speed. But as it stands, they will disengage and just back off. Good lands as well as the Gunblade on top of the Brand, but good guy, Jarvan the 4th, will block the ace in the hole.
Alright guys, congratulations to the Orianna for Flame Horizoning the Akali. Now at level 17, 30 minutes into the game. This is who you have to keep your eye on to win the fight for Winter in the upcoming fights.
Completing the Luna's Echo, the Zhonya's Hourglass, as well as Void Staff. This is just styling on her opponent right now.
I actually think that, this matchup, Akali and Orianna, is still sucking quite a lot for this Akali.
I'm not gonna lie, it still sucks for the Akali.
Orianna just picked up solo gold on another turret.
It's to the point of contagious sucking, where it sucks for everyone else on this team right now because the Orianna is so fit.
She just hit level 18.
At first it sucked for the Akali, now it sucks for everyone because Shockwave does a lot of work.
Oh man. What is 5k gold a hit? What?
That's like a... Wow, 5k is it's like a core item and a half.
Yeah. Okay.
Play being set up. Actually, great knock-up there. A lot of damage already. And where did the Akali even go? Just the residual damage off the side. The collateral following through. They're chasing in. They already find the Lulu. And now they're looking for the Caitlyn once more. Heal being used to get the additional attack speed and the movement speed up. Trying to make her way to the Blast Cone. Will be able to get out. But meanwhile here, not so lucky is the Sejuani. They find 4 kills. The only member to get out is the Caitlyn. Thankfully using the heal to get the additional movement speed to get out.
absolutely sucks for everybody right now. They're just going to continue pushing down the mid lane. I'm not sure if the death timers are long enough for them to take the game, but at least going to take down one inhib.
They will get that, and guess what? They're going to get Cloud Soul as well when it spawns. So
Bot
now they're
inhib.
moving to mid, they're moving to bot, they're going to get the Dragon as well. This is everything a perfect Sunday with the cherry on top.
The door is slightly ajar. They're just going to almost slam it closed. There goes the dragon as well.
Yep.
That's a soul, right?
Yeah, it is a soul.
Alright.
I'm actually curious how low Oriana's out cooldown is now after they get this. It's level
see it?
3. I'm not sure if we can see. It's 39 seconds
Whoa.
on a flat cooldown right now, right? So every time she autos, it goes down even further. So there's a possibility that she can shockwave back-to-back fights.
Oh boy, that is very,
Yep.
very scary. You don't expect that coming from 205, but she is going to deal a load of damage.
You know what? The image I have in my head of Wyvernia taking fights is that dog sitting in a room of fire. Like, this is fine, everything is fine, but it's not.
And honestly, it's just so unfortunate. They did so well in the early game. They shut down the bot lane so much, but unfortunately...
One bad fight. One bad fight.
One bad fight, and Sejuani did not shut down the Oriana early enough. You remember, the Sejuani went in for the Oriana at the first gang.
Yeah. Blew both
Both
spells.
summers, did not come back for the next 15 minutes.
You best bet if I was that Akali, I'd be like, dude, I'll ping summoner spells like every 20 seconds. I'm like, regang, come on, man. Come on, you already blew the summoner spells, just come back.
It's just very unfortunate, I think. Yeah.
And it goes back to the earlier point. Caitlyn can go ahead. Caitlyn can snowball. And
She has to snowball.
feel like a champion once she gets to that point. We saw her delete Aphelios when he was walking up with the Stormrazor crits as well as the Infinity Edge. But after that, when they were sieging and they got caught out, suddenly Caitlyn feels like she does nothing in fights. She's literally not contributing to fights anymore because of all the CC and all the AoE coming through. The moment you lose a single fight, you're just, boom, you regress back to not a champion anymore.
Ah, well, Caitlyn giveth and Caitlyn taketh away.
Infinity Edge also upgraded by Ornn right now, so
He's online.
yeah, good guy Ornn is actually getting all the stats for everyone right now.
Definitely. The question I have right now is whether or not Bran is going to be online for the rest of for
Mate,
you
it
know, the rest
doesn't
of the
matter.
game.
It just pops out, just dies. It's
That's
fine.
fair.
Yeah.
That's true.
If I was the support, I'd be like, you guys can kill me
yeah.
if you want to, but the CC between everyone is just going to kill you guys first.
Yeah, which is why I'm questioning why, the Caitlyn, the past few ultimates, the past few Ace and Holds have been used on the Brand. Like, why? Why you ulting the Brand? Is this a KDA player?
KDA player trying to get some early chip damage before the fight maybe.
Alright, not sure why we are paused.
I hear
yeah.
some typing, so we might be resuming soon.
Okay.
That being said, we did give a lot of flag to this bot lane, and I think rightly so. They did not play to my expectations, and I feel like this is just a generally bad draft.
Who are we talking about?
The Aphelios brand.
Okay.
We're talking a lot about how, this is bot lane duo is not actually that good. And fair enough, it wasn't. They got hammered in lane. The only reason they are even alive is because top and mid just powered them forward in fights.
Absolutely. Just straight up, you're just being carried.
Yeah.
This is when you, after the game, you just honor.
Yeah, honor and thank you for carry,
Yeah, but hopefully we don't see any more Aphelios brand. Like, please no.
Yeah. Aphelios plus an enabler is good. Aphelios with brand, nah. You're benched.
Your bench. Right. Well, not
lane?
much going on the map right now. I think what Winter has to try to do right now is just force something.
Yeah.
They force something, they should win, and they should just win the fight afterwards.
Now remember that these fights that they've been winning has been in chokes, right? And they have been forcing really well. All eyes on the Jarvan to force these fights. So it's because it's the wombo combo between Jarvan as well as Ornn that's really been getting things in place. Right now there's a window for him to go in as well. The flag and drag still available. It's just that the minion waves are being thinned out very quickly. But with the mid super minions collapsing onto the Nexus turrets, should be a free inner in the top side.
Yep, free turret. Baron is actually spawning soon as well. So if one possibility is, not forcing anything, taking the slow game.
Right.
And, just take this turret, back off a little bit, maybe reset, and then go for that Baron.
In fact, I would say that's the safer play because if Wyvernia decide to check and they walk into the jungle, that's like your home territory. That's where you want to fight.
Yeah.
As opposed to open space like this where Call of the Forge God isn't really... Oh, wow. Good chunk. But yeah, Call of the Forge God isn't really adept at knocking multiple people out in open spaces.
Right. They are starting to back away. I see pings coming down on the Baron.
Go,
And
walk over.
Yeah, you
Okay.
see minions are already streaming into the base of Wyvernia. So this is, this is go time.
Yeah.
There's no better chance for you to go for this Baron now. They're going for it now.
They have good vision on all the entry and exit points as well. You can see around the blue buff as well as on the back of the blue buff, so they have full information if anyone walks in. But this should be, like we talked about earlier, a guaranteed Baron being taken by Winter. Coordinated recalls coming through, only a couple of members sticking around to clear out the map. And I'm not a fortune teller, but my instincts tell me within the next 3 minutes the game is going to be over.
That is exactly what I was thinking. But yeah, they go for the 100% play, as opposed to the, I would say 80% play in
But they try to force,
Yeah, so yeah, taking it slow and steady wins the race. Shouldn't have too much difficulty. I expect one final fight, maybe a clean ace, and then, that's game over.
Sometimes I feel bad for calling games
Yeah.
over before they are, but the nature of it is just as such. When you look at the goal difference, 9,000, you look at the compositional differences. Caitlyn, we talked about this multiple times, barely does anything. Akali now is so far behind. She's literally 3 core items behind.
I mean, it's nice to be, optimistic. It's nice to give someone a way back in, but
Yeah.
sometimes just have to be realistic.
Jumping in, Jarvan has the support of teammates behind, so not really feeling any fear whatsoever. Walking in now are the rest of Winter as they look to group out around the top half. Now remember that they are all a bit split here, so there is a window for them to force a fight onto the Orianna if they want to, but instead it's going to be a push coming in and a pincer from both ends. Last inhibitor will fall, super minions streaming in, and at this point, they're going to be overwhelmed. This is if you played old school Warcraft 3 mods, X-Hero Siege.
Okay.
Knock up onto the back line. Great shockwave though immediately deletes multiple members. They're jumping in onto the fight. Call of the Forge God knocks everyone up. Akali's the first to fall. And the rest of Wyvernia soon after. Sejuani, Malphite. The only couple of members left alive are the Caitlyn as well as the Lulu. Tell a lie. Not even the Lulu anymore. That's the game, and that's Winter advancing into lower bracket round 3.
Whew. Wow. At the end of that game, the Orianna, even a single kid did 50% of the Caitlyn. So
That was
just
QWR.
wow.
Like within a split second, they were out of the fight.
Yeah. That was wow.
If anyone's watching right now and you're looking at the draft, you're like, well, I think we should probably ban out the Orianna for for Winter.
No, I don't even think it's the draft. I think it's, you have to focus down the Orianna more. I mean, yeah, so it's Orianna against Akali, right?
Yeah.
Akali will not be able to do anything. Akali, Orianna just has free farm. She's gonna free level.
Yeah.
Your jungler has to be there to back her up.
In addition, I also want to say that this team, today on multiple occasions, they displayed a flair for playing wombo combo compositions. And executing very well, actually. From deficits, they play wombo combos back into even and into advantage. So that's something, if I was a coach, I'd be like writing down my notebook, like, just be really careful about this team and wombo combos. Maybe ban Ornn, ban Jarvan, because these are key pieces that they use so much. Give them a few lows, it's fine. We'll just play Leona, that kind of thing, And so far, day 1 of Thailand's qualifiers has impressed me quite well. I think FSL Thailand, the pool and the caliber of players is really high. Compared to what I saw in Vietnam, I think this is a region that's slated to burst onto the elite scene.
Yeah, this is, the end of the end of day 1. So you have time now to go back, and sort of digest what happened this game, what happened today rather, and maybe adapt, bring Leona onto your roster.
Plus, tomorrow I think we're going to be watching Winter go up against Close Behind for the first match. Close Behind had quite a few games today as well.
Yes.
Looking back on the VODs as they are watching this, you can see on your screen the brackets for tomorrow. If you are Close Behind, you have to take note of what just happened in this past game and formulate a plan to more or less dissect it and tear it apart, because if you give them the same thing, I would go so far as to say that your chances of winning decrease exponentially.
You were talking about that at the top of the day, that Close Behind is a team that is very good at adapting.
Yeah.
And so that's something I want to look at, because tomorrow, if they are good at adapting, we should be able to see
the proper bands.
we're going to see a very close match. And overall, I'm very, very, very excited to see what both these teams bring tomorrow.
Yeah, so that's been day 1 for us here at the FSL studio. It's been really good. Once again, I'm Hungry Cass, and that's Spoots. We'll be back tomorrow at GMT plus 8. So if you are watching from Thailand, it's GMT plus 7, I'm not wrong. But we'll be here at basically 1 p.m. live, ready to go with the first game of Close Behind versus Winter. But for now, guys, we will be signing off. We'll see you guys tomorrow at the same time. Have a good day.
Yeah. Bye.